everybody. The news we have been waiting for throughout the day has just been made. This is an announcement on Truth Social by former President Trump. He has selected Ohio Senator JD Vance as his vice presidential pick, and this is what he writes. After lengthy deliberation and thought, and considering the tremendous talents of many others, I have decided that the person best suited to assume the position of Vice President of the United States is JD Vance of the great state of Ohio. So let's talk about this with our great panel that we have assembled here in Milwaukee. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Dr. Ben Carson, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in the prior Trump administration, and he's founder and chairman of American Cornerstone Institute, and former Secretary of State and former CIA Director Mike Pompeo, also a Fox News contributor. So let's go around the horn. Mr. Mike Pompeo, good to see you.
Great to be with you.
Let's start with you. This is big breaking news. What's your reaction?
Big news, a great pick. He'll be a fantastic vice president and is prepared to lead America if that's what's called upon. And I was very confident that I didn't know who it was, but whoever it was would be better than the current vice president, and he has way hit that bar. I'm excited. I'm excited about the ticket, and I'm excited about what this means for America in the years to come.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy, there was a lot of buzz around Glenn Youngkin as well, who I know you have said you felt would be an excellent pick. What's your reaction to this choice?
It's still a good choice, too. Remember, the president gets to put a team together. So it's not just the vice president. You get a team. And it's like in Good to Great, you got to get the right people on the bus. JD is going to really help him in Pennsylvania, especially right being that close to Ohio. JD picked up on, after being a Marine, he also knows the challenges when it comes to drugs. He knows what it is to rural areas get wiped out from jobs, kind of the American First policy. So, and he brings youth to it at the same time. So it's going to be a new approach coming in.
He sure does. He's 39 years old, JD Vance. Dr. Ben Carson, welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
You served in the last administration. Your thoughts on this pick? You served with Vice President Mike Pence.
Yes.
Very different pick, very different ideology, very different guy, frankly.
Yes, well, I was very pleased with this pick. I read JD Vance's book, and the things that he's been through gives him a very wide spectrum of the American society to deal with. And I think he'll be a very good pick. He's very articulate. He's very smart. He's young. He's energetic. And quite frankly, you know, we are so fortunate that Donald Trump survived over the weekend. He will win no matter who is his vice president. But having the extra of somebody like JD Vance, I think, is icing on the cake.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Welcome to the RNC convention, and the Trump-Vance ticket is now completely and totally minted. We are here inside of our broadcast booth at the RNC convention, inside of the actual convention. Here is where we will be for some of the best, hardest hitting interviews and the breaking news. Donald Trump just moments away from announcing his pick and appearing with JD Vance. Now, we played earlier for you some black SUVs picking up JD Vance at his house. There were some suspicions that it would have been JD Vance, the Senator JD Vance from the great state of Ohio, an accomplished writer, a Marine, a veteran, and a total badass. America first, ladies and gentlemen. JD Vance, I would like to call... Previously, I have called him assassination insurance for Donald Trump because the establishment and the neocons in Washington, D.C. hate this man. In today's political environment, to judge a man by his enemies. In today's political environment, judge a man by who the establishment hates the very most. And that, ladies and gentlemen, would be JD Vance. Okay, so here is the post from Donald Trump. The selection, ladies and gentlemen. After a lengthy deliberation and thought, considering the tremendous talents of many others, I have decided that the person best suited to assume the position of Vice President of the United States is Senator J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio. JD Vance honorably served the country in the Marine Corps, graduated from Ohio State University in 2 years, summa cum laude, and Yale Law School graduate, where he was an editor at the Yale Law Journal, the president of the Yale Law Association. JD's book, Hillbilly Elegy, which is a spectacular read, became the major bestseller and movie as it championed hardworking men and women across the country. JD has a successful business career in tech and finance, and now during the campaign will be strongly focused on the people he fought for bravely, the American workers and farmers in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Minnesota, and far beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, JD Vance, the Rust Belt senator who wrote the swan song, the tome of a lifetime about the forgotten American worker. It's called Hillbilly Elegy. It is a remarkable tale of his upbringing. It's even been turned into a Hollywood movie. JD Vance will be our vice president. JD Vance is also somebody that is deeply feared by Democrats. This is probably the pick that Kamala Harris least wanted to debate, this side of Vivek Ramaswamy. And here is the rub. This entire process for VP has included, I think, some very good names, some great names, but everybody comes with downsides. Everybody comes with positives and negatives. JD Vance does have some negatives, and JD Vance does have some positives. You have to weigh them all against an electorate that must win. JD Vance is the pick that is the yeehaw pick here. This is the Kool-Aid man pick, the Leroy Jenkins for Donald Trump. JD Vance is arguably the most America first that you can possibly get inside of the selection of Tim Scott, Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, which is where it was down to. This was the pool, and also, shockingly today, Donald Trump met with RFK Jr. RFK Jr. here in Milwaukee. Again, we are here live in Milwaukee. RFK Jr. met with Donald Trump for 2 hours, according to our sources. We broke this story. It was then confirmed. RFK Jr. decided to create, with Donald Trump, a unity campaign. Now, RFK Jr. has been speculated to be potentially Donald Trump's VP and has said on the record that Donald Trump suggested that he be the VP. This is very, very interesting. And what do you think about that? Another Democrat that was potentially in contention, Democrat Tulsi Gabbard. I say that with air quotes because Tulsi has renounced the Democrat Party. And so what we had here was Donald Trump really looking for somebody who would cast a broad net, unify, and he's done that with RFK Jr. Will RFK Jr. speak at the Republican convention? I don't know. I'm not sure. I know that Donald Trump and JD Vance will be appearing here momentarily. Donald Trump is supposed to make an appearance with JD Vance at 3:35 local time here. We are on Central Time because we are in Milwaukee. That would be 4:35 Eastern Standard Time. That would be less than 7 minutes from now. We will see Donald Trump and the Vice President, JD Vance, appearing on stage. Now, I want to show you something that I think is particularly beautiful. Right here, ladies and gentlemen, is Donald Trump's plane. Donald Trump's plane getting Vance put on the side of it. Look at that. There we go. Trump Vance has a bit of a ring to it. Wouldn't you say? JD Vance has been selected to be Donald Trump's vice president. Vice President JD Vance, says Blake Masters. Huge win for populists in today's Republican Party. Juanita Broderick is somebody who we love, and she has been a huge fan of JD Vance herself. Dawn in America again. The love is pouring in. Huge congratulations to JD Vance being picked as Trump VP. Major populist win for the GOP. New neocons on suicide watch, says Sabatini. Trump Vance 2024 is a phenomenal speaker and an even better senator. MAGA. Megyn Kelly, a decent and honorable American patriot. Good on him, says Megyn Kelly. Ben Carson's response to the vice presidential pick. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Carson was on air on Fox moments ago. Again, we will, of course, cut directly to Donald Trump's statement when he does make a statement in 5 minutes. But here is Ben Carson, who was floated and vetted for VP, responding live.
You served in the last administration. Your thoughts on this pick? You served with Vice President Mike Pence.
Yes.
Very different pick, very different ideology, very different guy, frankly.
Yes, well, I was very pleased with this pick. I read JD Vance's book, And the things that he's been through gives him a very wide spectrum of the American society to deal with. And I think he'll be a very good pick. He's very articulate. He's very smart. He's young. He's energetic. And quite frankly, you know, we are so fortunate that Donald Trump survived over the weekend. He will win no matter who is his vice president. But having the extra of somebody like JD Vance, I think, is icing on the cake.
Ben Carson is such a decent and honorable man. I'm not saying that I'm sad it's not Ben Carson. You know that we love Ben Carson. He's been a friend of the show. You know that I have been advocating for somebody else from Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy also recently being interviewed and asked about this. Vivek Ramaswamy was live when this pick was announced. The reason I'm looking over here is, of course, the great ALX finally gets to be in studio with me. We don't have a camera for ALX, at least not yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from inside of the GOP convention. Again, Donald Trump not speaking yet, but may speak within 5 minutes. At least that's the schedule. These things do tend to potentially be pushed. We're not exactly certain if Trump will be on stage at the RNC. We do have a live shot of the RNC. So if anything happens, you know that you can lock in and load with us. We will be ready to go. We do have a live shot of the RNC. Let's pop it up. You can see what's going on here right now. It's inside of the convention. You can see some music being played. All right. Okay. All right. So if Donald Trump takes the stage, then, then maybe he'll do it there live at the convention. We're not sure, but we are set and ready. David Sachs, one of our favorite commentators on earth and a dear friend of the show, saying something really profound about JD Vance here. When the Twin Towers came down, JD Vance enlisted in the Marine Corps. This is absolutely true. JD Vance, upon watching the terrorist attack on 9/11, said, yeah, F that, and enlisted in the Marines. It's such a deeply honorable thing to do, and something that no president has done in a very long time. Draft dodgers, all of them. Bill Clinton was a draft dodger. Joe Biden's a draft dodger. George W. Bush was a draft dodger. John Kerry ran for president. He was a draft dodger. Barack Obama never served. JD Vance would actually be, as vice president, of course, Kamala Harris, give me a break, would be as vice president, the closest that we've had to an actual veteran president since George H.W. Bush. So this would be, I think, something to cheer for, quite frankly. Gung-ho to exact justice on America's enemies. Subsequently, he came to believe forever wars were a mistake. It's amazing. This is a truism that we see, and if you're a veteran, shout yourself out in the comment section. You will get love from this audience and love from us. If you are a veteran, shout yourself out. When and where did you serve? We appreciate you. We care about you. We love you. We thank you. Here's something that I've learned about veterans, having interviewed hundreds, maybe thousands of people who've served in the armed forces. The people who are the largest advocates against war are the ones who fight the wars. If you fought in one of these wars, then you will come home and you will be wholly devoted to ensuring that America does not embroil itself in pointless, stupid, costly wars that drain us of our treasure. And what is our greatest treasure? Our men and women in uniform. Those are our greatest treasures. Also putting us $35 trillion in debt, not a good thing as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is continuing. David Sachs. This is who I want by Trump's side, is what David Sachs says. David Sachs is the person, again, who held the fundraiser for Donald Trump in the middle of San Francisco and raised Donald Trump some $30 million in downtown San Francisco. David Sachs is a legend. An American patriot with courage to fight America's wars, but the wisdom to know when to avoid them. God bless JD Vance. God bless America. I don't think you'll find a better endorsement than that. We love our Rumble audience. We love broadcasting on Rumble. We are streaming on Rumble sometimes multiple times a day. We care about our Rumble audience, love our Rumble audience, and we say thank you to those of you watching on Rumble. We do our best to get the show out to as many people as possible. This, I did not know, that Rumble had a first investor, and that first investor's name was JD Vance. This is quite a shock to me. JD Vance, obviously a massive proponent of free speech. It's easy to say it. It's a lot harder to put your money where your mouth is always in life. One of Rumble's very first investors, says Chris Pavlovsky, who's the CEO of Rumble, will be the nominee for Vice President of the United States of America. Congratulations, JD Vance. Way to go. This I did not know. That is news. Ben Shapiro, as a friend put it, Vance is truly a F it, we ride pick for Trump. Demonstrates real confidence. Shows that he wants to be a bulldog. Vance is certainly that. In terms of pure IQ and speaking ability, Vance is the best candidate Trump could pick. So getting some very wide, a very, very wide range of endorsements. The Trump team up with JD Vance, stingers and sizzle reels, and of course, a man who we know sizzles and will be sizzling on the show. In fact, we are really proud to announce that not only Don Jr. will be joining us on this live, not only will Eric Trump be joining us on tomorrow's live, but also Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy, as everybody knows, very close with Donald Trump, and count on it. Bet your bottom dollar on Vivek Ramaswamy having a high up position inside of the Donald Trump administration. Vivek Ramaswamy commenting live here moments ago inside of Milwaukee at what looks to be a Politico live, definitely not as cool looking as Benny Bruce. ALX, look at this setup. Look at that. That's terrible. What is it? What is that? We did a live interview with Vivek. It looks so much cooler than this. Look at these dorks. What are they, into Five Guys? I don't get it. I don't understand. Okay, well, anyway, Vivek Ramaswamy responding live here, saying we need more people like JD Vance in American politics, saying, and this is really strong, the most formidable political ticket in my lifetime. Incredible words coming from the man who we know, as a matter of fact, is a favorite on this program because we do polls to be Trump's vice president. Listen to Vivek. Here we go.
You kidding me? Right here? Okay.
right now, while we're...
Is that right? There it is. I see it. Well, I'm glad to see it. I actually messaged JD earlier today offering him, it sounded like the winds were pointing in that direction, and I had offered him my preliminary congratulations, and I think he will be an outstanding vice president, actually. I think he's not going to be a good vice president, an outstanding vice president. I think President Trump and our country will be lucky to have him. I will certainly do everything in my power to make sure the Trump-Vance ticket is successful. I want to think about this, but I'm inclined to say this could be the single most formidable political ticket in my lifetime. And I want to see them succeed at a scale that not only makes the Republican Party thrive, but makes the country thrive. And I think we need more people like JD in American politics. So I'm very happy for him and excited for everything that's ahead. And
Ladies and gentlemen, we report to you that the time is now 3:38 p.m. Central Standard Time, 4:38 Eastern Standard Time, and that Donald Trump will be making an announcement with Vice President JD Vance shortly. When that happens, we will cut to it live, and we are ready to go. We got every live feed known to man ready to rock. It'll be amazing to see them going. It'll be amazing to see them rocking. Gentlemen, do we have a music playing problem? What's going on? I'm not sure. Ashley is noting. We have, again, a production right here on set at the RNC, and we are ready to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got probably my favorite clip of all time from Vivek. So this is not our Vivek swan song. And, we're just going to, by the way, we're just going to rip it live. You're going to be able to see, do we have the B-roll of the studio? Let's play it. We're live here with a studio that we have built ourselves from scratch. We are very excited about it. Show everybody the studio, if you would, please. You're gonna hear me you're going to hear me talking with our production team. You're going to see people. Let's go to the wide shot here. You're going to see people walking in and out on set today. For instance, we have Russell Brand. We have Don Jr. In this seat right here will be some of the greatest patriots that exist in this country. And so please stay tuned and also stick with us as you'll watch us do it live. You watch us do it live every single day. But we're very, very proud of this setup. And we're very, very proud of our team who are going to be rocking it. But you're going to be able to see how the sausage is made. We'll be able to talk back and forth on the show. You'll be able to see here. We are here with our great producers, executive producer ALX, who you know, and Klein, Eric, Danny, and Robbie are all here on. And here is our here is our production booth. Zoom out, Danny. Zoom out. Zoom out, Danny. Zoom out. For the love of God, man. Get a wide shot. So this will be us. This will be us. Just want to give some scene setting here for where we are and what we're doing. We're very, very excited about it, and we thank you. Without you, we wouldn't have the power or the energy to do this, and it's really, really exciting. So excited was what we were when we saw this clip of Vivek Ramaswamy earlier today, speaking about Donald Trump. Now, this is before the vice presidential pick, and it is something that we feel like we must play for you because, well, we're big fans of Vivek here. Vivek will be live with us tomorrow, but Vivek earlier today, and this clip has gone thermonuclear viral. Let's see what this has done. This has done 78,000 likes, 13,000 retweets, and 3 million views on our social media alone. Listen to Vivek. Trump is a modern-day Abraham Lincoln. Yes, go.
That has called a Republican president a tyrant, a dictator, said it would be the end of the United States of America as we know it, said he would make us a laughingstock on the global stage. And those are exact quotes, actually, of what they said about Abraham Lincoln. Saw the Lincoln hat. You might have wanted me to remember that. Those were words that the Democrat-led media said about the first ever Republican president before he was shot and assassinated in 1865. So think about that in the moment that we live in today. We came within, Lincoln actually spoke at this convention. It was at a Republican convention. It was at a state convention, Republican state convention, I think in 1858, when he said a house divided cannot stand. That was on the eve of a nation that was on the brink of civil war. That's right. I think we came within a hair's breadth of a second civil war in this country, and we avoided it. Yeah. And I think it's because God intervened. And I believe that he has given us a chance to answer his call. Amen. And I think that's the moment we live in right now. Is the hard part is we are in a kind of war in this country. We are. But the enemy is not our fellow citizens. No. Actually. It is an ideology. And so this is the work we have cut out ahead of us, is how do we win this war while still viewing our neighbors as our fellow citizens and not as our enemy combatants? Are we up to that challenge? I believe we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an exciting moment. We are fans of JD Vance. JD Vance is on the show, has been on the show and before. We think it's an extremely strong pick, and we think that this is a pick that is this pick is sending shockwaves through corporate Washington, D.C. There are multiple senators who are up with big-time endorsements of JD Vance. Oh, no. Look at this. Look at this. Eric Trump will be joining us live tomorrow. Eric Trump on Instagram with the Trump Pence has been graffitied over with Vance. Oh, this is good. What a savage, what a absolute savage troll. Okay, did we get the fact that Vivek Ramaswamy will potentially be the pick for the replacement for JD Vance in the Senate? Consider this. The governor of Ohio is a man named Mike DeWine. A lot of people really don't like this guy. I'm not going to sound off on that here. The governor of Ohio gets to pick the replacement for JD Vance. There will not be a special election. There's going to be a replacement pick when Donald Trump wins the presidency with JD Vance as running mate. And so that means that there is a really, really firm potential for Vivek to be the next senator from Ohio. We'll ask him about that tomorrow. Vivek could very well be the selection and start his career in he's already started his career in politics, but in seated politics in the Senate. So that's very interesting. We're gonna have to chew on that one. I wonder where he would be better. Where would Vivek Ramaswamy serve better? Inside of a Trump administration or as the senator from Ohio? Man, that would be fun. JD Vance will be a great VP pick for MAGA. As I've said, the most representative Republican in the Senate. He's not even close. He checks the boxes we've discussed, including the most important one, making sure that the administrative state fears replacing Donald Trump. This is from Rich Barris, our favorite pollster on earth. One caveat: there better be an agreement with Mike DeWine for Vivek Ramaswamy to become the next senator. If DeWine makes Matt Dolan, who's twice rejected Republicans in Ohio, it'll be a reversal for the entire movement and the entire party in the region. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to have to get a little more granular here on Ohio politics. Ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the speech from Donald Trump. The time is now 3:47 p.m. Eastern, Central Standard Time, 4:47 Eastern Standard Time. Donald Trump will be appearing with JD Vance and announcing his vice president. That will happen soon. That was supposed to happen 15 minutes ago. But as it goes in these kind of situations, it is what it is. So we'll push through, and we have a show for you tonight. Don't go anywhere. We won't be going anywhere. We won't be going anywhere for the next couple hours because we are going to have an incredible lineup of patriots who will be joining us here. And then we're also going to go through the Republican convention tonight. Speakers at a Republican convention tonight. ALX, get them for me so that I can roll through it. I know that I believe it's going to be Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Charlie Kirk, Mark Robinson, the man running for governor of North Carolina. Let's get a full lineup of the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. So we hopefully will pull forward with this new campaign we have with Vivek. According to a source familiar, Vivek Ramaswamy allies are pushing DeWine for an appointment to Vance's seat. Okay, very interesting. Let's go. Let's go, baby. More, the last thing you would want is for obviously for a rhino to get this position. Speaking of rhinos or turtles, Mitch McConnell has been booed on the floor of the convention. I don't know if we have this clip. Do we got it? Okay. While we wait, we might as well have some fun. Here's Mitch McConnell getting his turtle shell behind, booed out of the Republican convention.
Madam Chairman, the Commonwealth of Kentucky proudly cast 46 votes for the next president, Donald J. Trump.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk, the most powerful, wealthiest man in the world, and possibly one of the smartest geniuses to ever live. Without question, actually, one of the smartest geniuses to ever live. I was about to say the highest IQ on planet Earth, but I don't actually know that. Let's just call him the most accomplished. On the most accomplished, successful and IQ standpoint, he has a very high XY axis rating. Vance at the bottom of the ticket, Trump at the top of the ticket is what Elon Musk says. Check it out. Amazing. Incredible. Resounds with victory. Woo! Trump, Vance. Ooh, baby. They're big scared. They are big scared. I was looking. Here we go. This is the ticket. There it is. There you go. You're going to see these men appear soon. You're going to see these men appear soon on stage at the RNC, if I'm correct. Gentlemen, help me out here. Is it going to be on stage at the RNC? Trump and JD? Is that where the speech is going to be? Let's see if we can hunt that down. Charlie Kirk, who has been a big-time backer of JD Vance and somebody who's been pushing for JD Vance. Charlie and I are quite friendly. While I was pushing for Vivek, Charlie was pushing for JD Vance. And in these kind of situations, they do, in fact, win. Something's happening, ladies and gentlemen, and this may be it. This is going to be it. We're going to go to the feed. We're going to go to the feed here. I believe we have them walking out now. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Put it up. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching JD Vance take his a clearly exuberant JD Vance. So JD Vance is not spoken yet. We have no audio for what the senator, now vice presidential candidate, is saying. He is gripping, they call this the old grip and grin, from the floor of the convention. JD Vance on the floor of the convention. JD Vance getting, again, greeted like a conquering hero. JD Vance is enjoying his time, clearly all smiles, is thrilled. Ladies and gentlemen, we again have no audio from JD Vance as he takes the convention floor by storm here, but he is greeting people, hugging family members and the faithful, and going in for lots of selfies. So JD Vance has made his grand appearance on the floor of the Republican convention, and you can watch him grip and grin here. What do you think of JD Vance? What do you think of JD Vance? We're going to pin a poll to the top of the chat, and you can let us know. So we have just music right now as JD Vance is walking out. We just have the music rolling. JD Vance again, like a conquering hero, welcomed to the floor of the House. Welcome to the arena, JD Vance. So what I'm really looking for here is obviously the floor of the Republican convention is going to adore JD Vance and is going to embrace JD Vance with great aplomb. The stage looks really, really cool from this angle. What I really want to know is how long has it been since we've had a presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate with a beard? How long? How long until it's a beard?
Will be presented for the nomination for Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provisions of Rule 40A, which provide that in part, if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by this paragraph B of this rule, a motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order, and no calling of the roll with respect to such office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that she has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for nomination for the office of Vice President who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. Delegates and alternates, the chair recognizes and is pleased to introduce John Husted, Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Are we ready? Are we ready to nominate a vice president? How about you, Ohio? Yeah! That's awesome. I'm John Husted, the Lieutenant Governor from the great state of Ohio. It is an honor to speak to you all this afternoon to formally nominate the Republican nominee for Vice President of the United States. Ohio is the heart of it all, and that is certainly the case once again here today. The vice presidency is an office of sacred trust. The man who accepts this nomination accepts with it the awesome responsibility to give wise counsel to the president, to represent America abroad, to preside over the Senate, and to be ready to lead our nation at a moment's notice. Such a man must have an America first attitude in his heart. He must, amen. He must embrace his obligation to the American family, the American worker, and the American soldier. He must believe that America is exceptional. And be prepared in the tradition of our founders to pledge his life, his fortune, his sacred honor to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He must share the values and principles of our presidential nominee and be trusted to faithfully implement the will of the people. JD Vance is such a man. JD, 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 JD. A man who loves America and will represent our people with moral courage, strength, and honor. JD is a living embodiment of the American dream. He came from humble beginnings, and even as his life took him to places he might have never imagined, he never forgot where he came from. Ohio values are in his blood. He served our nation in the United States Marine Corps.
Election safe and secure in the state of North Carolina. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump chose him as the RNC chairman, along with his daughter-in-law as the chairwoman, Laura Trump. We don't need to see the RNC picture right now. We're good. Okay. If anything else noteworthy happens, we'll let you know. JD Vance does have a speech scheduled, but we are going to be hearing from JD Vance on Wednesday night, not on this date. And I do not believe we have an appearance from Donald Trump right now either. We are going to be waiting to see if that is 100% correct, but this is a matter of fact that Donald Trump has very much kept this pick close to the chest, and will now not have appeared with JD Vance today. We were hoping that they would appear together. All of the press was speculating that Donald Trump and JD Vance would appear together on stage, and that Donald Trump might introduce him, or there would be a joint press conference. What it looked like was that JD Vance faced his nomination, as Donald Trump also was nominated today. Both were nominated from the floor as president and vice president. Of course, they both won and had the delegates and had the votes and had the affirmation and confirmation. And so that's your ticket. There's your ticket, ladies and gentlemen. More about JD Vance. There's some very interesting commentary that is happening right now on JD Vance. And I've got to be perfectly honest with you. There are some people who I've spent a lot of time with and know very, very closely personally. JD Vance is not one of them. He's one of the people who've been on the program. We have no reason to dislike JD Vance. We really like his policies, but there are some people that know him extremely well. Tucker Carlson's one of those people. Tucker Carlson's speaking live right now at a different event, and he's talking to the Heritage Foundation. It's obviously huge conservative think tank. And he was just asked live at the Heritage Foundation what he thinks of JD Vance. And I think that his commentary here is going to be very, very informative, and is going to kind of set the table for what we hear about JD Vance, especially from the Republican side of the aisle going forward, as Tucker Carlson is certainly the tastemaker in chief right now in Republican commentary. Tucker Carlson commenting on JD Vance moments ago. Let's go.
Now, JD Vance is the VP pick, and I think every person who pays close attention has got to be thrilled by that. And if you don't know much about JD Vance, I'm not even going to make a case for JD Vance. I'm going to tell you what I just saw, which is that every bad person I've ever met in a lifetime in Washington was aligned against JD Vance. And I do think the negative case is often more powerful, because I know of myself, I do not think I'm a particularly good person. I have strong reasons for feeling that way. I don't always think that my side is right. I know for a fact I have been wrong many, many times. And I hope to correct and be honest about my error. So it's not like I think that, I'm always, God's always on my side. Sometimes I'm not on God's side. But I definitely know who's representing the other side. It's a lot easier to tell who the people who are only in it because they like, killing other people in pointless wars. Like, I know who those people are. And their odor is so powerful that I can smell one when he walks in the room. And every single one of those people in a line that would extend from Milwaukee to Chicago was lined up over the last week to knife JD Vance. Not on personal grounds. He's a perfectly nice guy. He's like one of the only members of the Senate with a happy marriage. True. But because they thought he would be harder to manipulate and slightly less enthusiastic about killing people. That's it. That he would be an impediment to their exercising power. And boy, they went after him in a way I've just kind of never seen. Which I think happens every day in Washington. I just don't have a vantage on it because I'm far, far away and grateful to be.
Carlson making such a strong case there for JD Vance. What was the first line that we said today? The first line we said was, judge a man by his enemies. Judge a man by his enemies. JD Vance has all the right enemies. JD Vance is somebody who, much like Donald Trump, breaks the political mold. And we very much look forward to doing more of a deep dive into JD Vance's background. Now, if you haven't read Hillbilly Elegy, man, that is such an unbelievable book. It's such a top-selling New York Times bestseller that was turned into a movie. And this is the story of JD Vance's life, being raised dirt poor and impoverished by his grandmother in Appalachia, and seeing all of the drug use, the decay, the destruction of the American dream firsthand. That's a motivating factor. This is a motivating factor. What is JD Vance's story? What is the explanation of his life in his own words? This is something that's being shared right now by Steve Cortez, who's a somebody that we listen to with regularity. He was one of Donald Trump's top advisors, saying, watch this video if you want to know who JD Vance is. JD Vance is a patriot. Can we put up the screen here? JD Vance is a patriot. This is sort of a life story of JD Vance, and I do want to give you a little bit of breaking news right now before we play you this clip about who JD Vance is. According to a senior congressional correspondent for ABC, who apparently doesn't have $7 a month to get verified and got to pay reporters more, ABC, Vice President Kamala Harris called Senator JD Vance after Trump announced him as a running mate. Sources familiar tell ABC News. Harris and Vance did not speak, but I'm told Harris left a voicemail. Oh, okay. Great. This is a good start. This is a rip-roaring start for JD Vance. Boys, let's get our own version of this up on social media. I'm sure Jerry's already making a meme. I have a feeling the voicemail is going to sound something like, JD, did you fall on a coconut tree? I have bad Kamala Harris impression. What do you want from me? Right? Just cackle maniacally in the middle of your sentence and then ask people if they're unburdened by what has been. We do not know, ladies and gentlemen, what Kamala Harris said on the voicemail. I pray to heaven that he releases the voicemail. I would love nothing more than to hear Kamala Harris leaving a voicemail for JD Vance. Isn't there a funny meme? That's the funny meme. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it, Joe. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. JD Vance, who is this man? If you are unfamiliar with him, and he is actually quite new to the political scene, he's somebody who has rocketed onto the scene as a like rock-ribbed populist. This is what true nationalism looks like, ladies and gentlemen. This is JD Vance's story.
I wrote Hillbilly Elegy because I wanted to give people a sense of what it was like to live in a community like mine. I didn't think a whole lot of stories were told about white working class Americans. I didn't think a lot of stories were told about people who were struggling with some of the problems we were struggling with, joblessness, drug addiction, and so forth. And I thought that I could tell a story that would make people understand my family a little bit better, and maybe in the process, understand the struggles of a lot of families in Middletown, the state of Ohio more broadly.
JD carries where he came from everywhere with him. And he talked all the time about how much he loved Middletown and Ohio and his family. And he would tell me all of these stories about why it was the greatest place in the world. In his mind, this is the center of the universe. And that's one of the reasons that he was so enthusiastic about bringing his whole family back here.
I am from Ohio. I grew up in this state. I left to join the Marine Corps, and I came back to build a business and to raise a family because we wanted to raise our family in a place that's beautiful, that has great people, and that has great values. And this is my home. I love this place and I care about it.
These are his people. This is where he's from. These are the people who carried him through difficult times in life. And he really believes, and I believe that if he can get himself into a position to make a difference for them, he will.
I'm running for U.S. Senate because the people that I grew up around, the people across the state of Ohio who are trying to achieve the American dream, they actually need somebody to fight for them. Right now in Ohio, people who are working hard, they're playing by the rules, they're trying to get ahead, they're trying to make a better life for their children. The leaders of this country think they're stupid, they think they're bigoted, they judge their viewpoints, they're shipping their jobs overseas. No one is fighting for working and middle-class Ohioans who are just trying to build a good life for themselves. I want to be the person who's fighting for them. We are a good country with good people, and when we support each other, we actually can accomplish great things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, such a powerful story, and again, you have to respect the fact that JD Vance, upon watching the Twin Towers fall, said "F those guys" and signed up for the Marines, and then, of course, becomes an advocate against forever war and against great Americans, and there are so many of them who gave their lives in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the global war on terror. And so many of them, unfortunately, come back with the same take that JD Vance has, which is, what the hell, right? And then you watch what Joe Biden does in Afghanistan. You watch how Joe Biden disgraces what little scraps of earth you actually fought for as we bury our American treasure, and our American treasure being, of course, our American currency, and then also our men and women. We actually literally bury our American treasure in the dirt and in the sands of some foreign nation. And for what? To watch 13 more get blown up with a bomb and the chaotic and suicidal evacuations of Kabul? No. And no. People like JD Vance say no. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is also one of the reasons why we are excited about this pick. Biden releases statement on JD Vance, fear mongers over January 6th. Okay. All right. So Joe Biden's team of little Gen Z girls who run his social media have released a statement on JD Vance. Statement on Donald Trump announcing JD Vance as his running mate. Donald Trump picked JD Vance as his running mate because Vance will do what Mike Pence wouldn't do on January 6th. They can't go a sentence without mentioning January 6th. Bend over backwards to enable Trump and his extreme MAGA agenda, even if that means breaking the law. Oh, okay. So when Trump kicks your ass in November, you're saying there's going to be another January 6th. So was Trump going to run for a third term? Is that what you're saying here? Is this what you're saying, Joe? Joe doesn't know. Joe knows nothing. Joe has applesauce dribbling down his face and is sitting currently comatose inside of a Waffle House somewhere. Jill Biden lording over the Oval Office. Okay, here we go. As Trump's running mate, Vance will make his mission to enact Trump's Project 2025 agenda at the expense of American families. This is somebody who supports banning abortion nationwide while criticizing exceptions for rape and incest. Okay, so in two sentences, you have abortion and January 6th. There it is. Billionaires and corporations are literally rooting for JD Vance, and they know that he and Trump will cut their taxes and send prices skyrocketing for everybody else. Because prices were so bad in the first Trump administration. That's right. Do you remember that? Remember that 99-cent gas? Do you remember when inflation was at 0% for 18 months? Yeah, got it. Things were so terrible. Over the next 3.5 months, we will spend every single day making the case between the two starkly contrasting visions of America. Who will choose between the ballot box this November? Biden-Harris ticket will be focused on uniting the country, creating opportunity for everybody, and lowering costs. Trump Vance, whose hateful agenda. All right. There's only one presidential candidate that just took a bullet by the donor of the others. A Joe Biden donor just blew the ear off Donald Trump with a rifle. So who has the hateful agenda? The old jackwagon. All right. The America's rights hurt the middle class and blah, blah, blah. Make life more expensive. Again, we cannot express this enough. Are you 5 years old? If you're 5 years old, then you've lived through Joe Biden and you've lived through Donald Trump presidencies. And which ones were better? Which ones had higher prices? Which ones were more extreme? Where was America more peaceful? When did we have less wars in this? You were alive, presumably, so let me know. JD Vance. Who is JD Vance? Well, Joe Biden has just painted JD Vance as, well, they've already called Trump Hitler, so it is mini Hitler. Mini-me Hitler, all right? Little mini orange Hitler. Who is JD Vance, actually? It's very interesting. We have a supercut of JD Vance and the way that JD Vance has responded to various questions about his background and who he is. And I think it's probably best to let the man speak for himself. There are a lot of candidates who have been on our show and who we have seen and worked with hand in glove. We've been at events with JD Vance. We've spoken with him. We've been able to interact with him backstage. He's a great dude. He's always been really nice to us. But again, I think in these situations, let's let the man speak for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, JD Vance, in his own words, who is he and why does he have so many enemies in Washington, D.C.? Well, here's why.
The thing the media and Congressman Ryan, they talk about this all the time. The thing they never mentioned is that poor girl was raped by an illegal alien, somebody that should have never been in this state in the first place. When the media and people like Tim Ryan accuse me of engaging in the great replacement theory, I'll tell you exactly what happens, Tim. What happens is that my own children, my biracial children, get attacked by scumbags online and in person because you are so desperate for political power that you'll accuse me, the father of 3 beautiful biracial babies, of engaging in racism. We are sick of it. You can believe in a border without being a racist. You can believe in the country without being a racist. And this just shows how desperate this guy is for political power. I think it takes a special amount of gall to be from Joe Biden's political party and to complain about the fentanyl crisis that is ravaging not just Ohio, but the entire country, because it is Joe Biden's border policies that have invited this fentanyl into our country at record levels. It explains that wife, the word wife, is an example of the type of language that we need to eliminate. And I'm just asking if that's something you think is necessary or something you support.
I'd have to give that one some more thought.
Well, I would hope that the word wife is not something that or is something that we can all agree is a reasonable vocabulary word that most Americans use in their daily life. It's not something that we need to eliminate. And I'm very confident that the majority of Ohioans, if there's a pilot who is offended by the word wife or the word cockpit, maybe that person shouldn't be a pilot. So rather than kowtowing to people who are fragile, maybe we should actually say, if you're so worried about the words that we are using, you shouldn't be flying multi-ton metal engines through the sky. And I just ask all of us to maybe try to focus as much on real problems, like the fact that our aviation system seems to not be working as well as it used to, than the fact that we may use uninclusive or under-inclusive language.
Are you interested in being the running mate of a convicted felon?
Well, Wolf, the entire purpose of this trial was to allow the media and the Democrats to say exactly that. This is never about justice. This is about plastering convicted felon all over the airwaves, when in reality, the only thing that Donald Trump is guilty of is being in the courtroom of a political sham trial. You cannot say that this trial was anything more than politics masquerading as justice. And yes, I will help Donald Trump. I will help Donald Trump however I think that I can, Wolf, because if we allow this to happen, it's so much bigger and so much more troubling than Donald Trump. If we allow this standard that you can throw your political opponents in jail because they're doing better than you in an election, it will be the end of this country as we know it. On November 10th, 2021, the FAA held an inclusive language summit. Are you familiar with this effort?
I am familiar with it.
During the summit, which had a solicitation published in the Federal Register, Deputy Administrator Mims stated that when we use terms like airmen or unmanned aircraft, sorry, I'm laughing because this has to be a joke, we're sending a message that only men belong in the aerospace community. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, Senator, what I could say is that having been a pilot for 42 years and seeing the evolution of our aerospace industry, I started out in helicopters and have flown as a captain in big jetliners.
Sure.
Not everyone is a pilot today. We have drones, we have spacecraft, And so I do believe going to notices to air missions is absolutely the right thing to do. It is an accurate reflection of where our airspace system is today. Fully supportive of that. And none of that, by the way, detracts from our mission, which is the safety of our airspace, and that will always be our North Star.
I think the point of is if it makes sense for some aviation reason, that's fine. If it makes sense purely to avoid gendered language, it seems like an unnecessary preoccupation with the words that you're using and that we're using rather than the work that we're doing.
Why criticize Pete Buttigieg on this?
The Secretary of Transportation has been the recipient of hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure funding, and yet it looks in a lot of ways like our infrastructure is degrading or certainly not getting better. The second thing is yesterday, Pete Buttigieg had the opportunity to address this problem. He instead talked about the excessive amount of, this is not a joke, too many white men in the construction industry. That is not a serious concern for this country right now. What's going on in East Palestine is the Secretary of Transportation needs to focus on real problems, not fake problems. And until he does, people are going to wonder whether he's doing his job.
All right. Thanks to the Daily Caller News Foundation for that remarkable mashup about JD Vance's capacity to infuriate corporate and establishment Washington, D.C. Sounds very Trump-like in many of those answers, right? This is a purist nationalist and populist, and the greatest nationalist in the Senate, Chuck Grassley, one of my favorite senators, saying that he loves this election. Many senators really, really happy that it's JD Vance, and saying that this is a excellent pick by the president. Okay, so again, Joe Biden responding almost instantly to the JD Vance pick. Dave Portnoy saying a far faster response to Trump announcing his VP than Trump getting shot in the head. Those, ladies and gentlemen, are facts right there. So Joe Biden is very angry. Joe Biden is pissed and is scared of this, and so that should make all of us very happy. Laura Trump saying President Trump has chosen one of the most talented young leaders in the country as his running mate. JD Vance will inspire thousands of Americans as we come together to save our country. Our party has never been more unified, excited, and ready for the future. That's exactly right. Get a load of this. This is pretty wild. So hold on just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we move here. We do post quite a bit on X. Steve Peoples is a reporter for the Associated Press. He's one of those guys who's been around Washington, D.C. a long time. He's been to maybe not dozens of Republican conventions, but he's definitely been to at least 3, probably 4, given his age, and so he's kind of seen it all, right? If you can remember back to John McCain, which I can, you've definitely seen different iterations of the Republican Party. Steve Peoples, who has been here on the ground reporting for the Associated Press, a reminder, not for our friends at Breitbart, not for Fox News even, right? But for the Associated Press, says this, which is insane, by the way. Let's read. Man, there's a different feeling at this Republican convention. I've never seen the party this unified and energized. Overwhelming feeling of inevitability in this room. Inevitability in the room. This from the corporate media. This guy named Jake Sherman, he used to also be a reporter for Politico, saying, I completely agree. So the corporate media now up and saying, man, this is a different Republican Party. These people are excited and these people are energized. Hey, Alex, let's grab that. We didn't get a chance to read this morning the article about the Dems in panic and giving up on the election. I'd like to piece through that because we won't have time when we have all of our guests who will be joining us momentarily. I just want to walk through. I want to walk through the lineup that we have here this evening live on our channel, and then of course we're going to be throwing to the Republican National Convention. On our channel, we're going to have Scott Coburn, Russell Brand, Senator Tommy Tuberville, Ronnie Jackson, Eric Prince, Don Jr., and RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. That's our lineup for interviews tonight, starting in less than half an hour. Then we are going to throw to the Republican National Convention, whose lineup looks like this. I'll pop it on screen here. We have Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, Marjorie Taylor Greene, fantastic, Mark Robinson, Wesley Hunt, just big-time friends of the show here. Let's zoom in so that we can all read it together. John James of Michigan, Katie Britt of Alabama, Tim Scott of South Carolina. Tim Scott, of course, was way up there in the VP selection. Some people really like Tim Scott. Some people don't. Glenn Youngkin, who is also up there in the VP selection. Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota. Byron Donalds of Florida. Whew. It's going to be an amazing series of speakers. Charlie Kirk, Senator Marsha Blackburn, and Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters. Whoa. What an unbelievable lineup here. This is going to be tonight. We are going to be live for all of it. So buckle up, baby. Get ready. Here we go. This is going to be, again, a fascinating moment because now you have the ticket, and now you have something like to fight against. All right, and more importantly, maybe something to fight for. Here's the memes that are coming out about at JD Vance. All right, Danny, here we go. Danny, who was the last president or vice president to have a beard? Go. It's so great. It's so great to have all the producers with us. I want to like this. It's a real good meme. Congrats to JD Vance. You've come a long way. Come on. It's so good. Oh, man. It's true, though. It is very true. Can't wait for JD to be on the show. We will ask him if he was Al Borland in a different life. And we do have our entire production team here with us. This is our new and improved version video of our studio setup here in Milwaukee. We're here in an area where there's a ton of broadcasters. Many of them obviously Fox News and Newsmax, all the radio stations, all of the TV stations. The Daily Wire is right next to us. Breitbart's on the other side of us. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is The Benny Show. So when you see me talking to Danny or the great producers of our program, you can see here, side to side, we are all locked and loaded in-house. And so in the house is something that Don Jr. will be in just a moment. Don Jr. was on the floor of the convention hall doing interviews just a few minutes ago. And as you know, we're fans of Elon Musk. Let's just say that Don Jr. Nuked from deep space and sent directly into the sun a scumbag weasel reporter from MSNBC who was bitching and beginning to create new hoaxes about the Trump's live. You want to see how they create hoaxes live? Check this out. Check out this interview with Don Jr. and MSNBC on the floor of the convention. You can see his brother Eric standing there. Smoked him, baby. Don Jr. actually bounces the reporter from the floor of the convention. Here we go.
What is that change going to look like, Don? What practically, your father as president, I think you would even say, was a divisive figure. What's it going to look like in the second term?
I don't think he was a divisive figure at all. I think the media created divisiveness around him. They lied about Russia collusion. They said he was a traitor. They went after him in every which way possible. If the media actually starts being an honest broker, talking about the things that he did, the prosperity he brought, the peace deals that he signed around the world, rather than the disaster that we're living right now, I think you'd do everyone in the country a big favor.
I know immigration's important to him. I covered the family separation crisis closely. Will we continue to see policies like separating 5,000 children deliberately from their parents?
You mean the Obama administration?
You know they didn't do that, sir.
Okay, sure.
Will there be a second family separation policy?
It's MSDNC, so I expect nothing less from you clowns. Even today, even 48 hours later, you couldn't wait. You couldn't wait with your lies and with your nonsense. So just get out of here.
That's so good. Oh, man. Oh, this is so good. I can't wait for Don Jr. to be here. Don Jr. will be here, ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the hour. Here we go. We have information that we've been asking for from our production team. The last vice president with facial hair. This would be somebody that you most likely do not know. This is a man named Thomas R. Marshall. Last vice president with facial hair, the vice president for Woodrow Wilson. The last VP who has facial hair. JD Vance will not be shaving his beard. I think we know that as a matter of fact. Since 1913, all presidents have been clean shaven. All presidents have been clean shaven, no facial hair for any president since 1913. And this is the last vice president to have facial hair. Okay. Very good to know. Very, very good. The memes of JD Vance are pretty good. All right. Okay. All right, baby. Let's rock and roll here. So we have some Joe Biden clips that are brand new and are going viral. Joe Biden is attempting to save his nightmarish presidency, and that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Even Democrats are now saying that all is lost, and we are completely and totally hopeless. Trump rally shooting upends Democrats' Biden crisis. Get a load of this. This is my favorite article from the last 3 weeks. Let's go. Congressional Democrats' all-consuming angst over President Biden's candidacy has taken an abrupt backseat to lawmakers' minds in the wake of the assassination attempt of President Donald Trump. Why it matters. Democrat lawmakers say their immediate focus is on their personal security and that of their staffs, not of the party's political woes, helping to allow critical cool-down period for the embattled president. This is a little strange. So what they're saying here is the lawmakers are focused on their security. It's odd that, right? Because it was the Republican congressional baseball team that got fired upon by a leftist. It was Donald Trump who got his ear blown off by a sniper a few days ago. It was Rand Paul who was attacked by a leftist with a hammer. It is Democrat mobs who stormed the United States Capitol and attacked sitting senators during the Kavanaugh vote, and then stormed the Supreme Court when they didn't get their way, when Brett Kavanaugh was confirmed to the Supreme Court. So I don't know, man. I'm not sure you guys really have a long track record of need to be fearful. And I'm probably forgetting like 20 different instances and circumstances of political violence that only ever goes one way, and there's only ever one side that ever faces any consequences, right? I mean, once again, like based on the charging of January 6th political prisoners, every leftist who has been shutting down Congress and staging sit-ins in Washington, D.C. for Gaza, every single one of them should be sitting in the D.C. gulag for the rest of their lives. Haven't they obstructed an official proceeding? Didn't they stop paperwork by stopping traffic in Washington, D.C.? Where are the charges? Don't hold your breath. Let's continue. Democrat lawmakers in panic. We're all just focused on expressing condolences and keeping our team safe, said one House Democrat who's been fiercely critical of Biden. A senior House Democrat suggested the post-shooting atmosphere and the party is too chaotic for internal battles over leadership. Biden was engaged in a high-stakes outreach campaign to Capitol Hill in the hours leading up to the shooting at Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, which left a bystander and the shooter dead. As part of an effort to stop the flow of statements urging him to end his reelection bid, Biden met Saturday afternoon with Congressional Progressive Caucus and center-left coalition. The latter call was described as tense and a disaster for the president, who said that he was combative in the face of questions about how he plans to turn around his campaign. That came after Biden was told by Rep. Mike Levin of California during a call with the Hispanic caucus members that he should drop out of the race. Biden also met with Chuck Schumer in Delaware, with Schumer saying it was a good meeting. So Democrats are now effectively saying that they're finished, and they don't even like plan. The plan is now just simply to not even have any hope left for the presidential race. Listen, this is a tough business. There's a lot at stake. Emotions can run high. It says Jason Crow, who's been talking about Joe Biden's eroding public confidence in his leadership. He added, "I think the president heard our message very clearly. In fact, he promised to come back to use with more information to address our concerns and to answer more questions." Dean Phillips, who ran against Joe Biden, who was laughed out of the party when he said that Joe Biden did not have the mental competency and is mentally handicapped and should not be running for president, said, an American is dead, a former president and others are wounded. A shell-shocked country is left wondering how to restore reason and respect, Phillips told Axios. It would be unpatriotic and unprincipled to direct energy to anything other than yesterday's national tragedy in the coming days. The only conversation about President Biden should be having right now is to console our country. So Democrats are now effectively saying, look at this, here we go. Here's the big nugget that's just really fun. What to watch? Most lawmakers who spoke to Axios said it's too early to say whether the cessation of tensions will last until the Democratic National Convention next month. But the second senior House Democrat offered one reason why it might. We've all resigned ourselves to a second Trump presidency. Okay. So effectively, they're all saying we're doomed. We're doomed, and we're done here. Now, this is directly from Axios from the Democrat Party. Speaking of being done here, pretty great commentary on the House floor from Don Jr., who has another viral clip that is just a straight banger on him going for a matter of minutes against the corporate press on the House floor, with even some naughty words sprinkled in there, talking about the future of the Republican Party and what's at stake and what his father and family is going to do once they are back in power in this country, once we can restore this country again. Ladies and gentlemen, Don Jr. on the convention floor, correction, not House floor, on the convention floor, which, by the way, no action inside of the convention right now, but there's going to be a lot of action inside of this booth as we will be doing a round of interviews unlike any other. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of the hour, we begin. So Don Jr. has been somebody who, of course, has been such a flamethrower and a defender of his father, and outside of his father has the largest social media presence of any Trump. Don Jr. taking the convention floor by storm here, and it is a sight to behold. Please enjoy. And we're going to get 4 more days of this. We're just getting started.
The news we have been waiting for throughout the day has just been made. This is an announcement on Truth Social by former President Trump. He has
Don, first of all, huge sorry from the Fox family to what happened to your father. How's he feeling today? Is he ready for what's in store for him this week? And what did you say to him when that first happened?
I literally called him, and him and I have an interesting relationship. My first words out of my mouth were, "You're the biggest badass I've ever seen," and I actually mean that, right? I sort of just said it. Everyone these days is a tough guy on the internet or on a keyboard, but when you've actually been shot and you can get up defiant, fist in the air, telling people to stay in the game, to fight. That's exactly the kind of leadership we need. That's actually a man that's been tested. Everyone thinks they're going to be the tough guy. Most aren't. He is, and I could not have been more impressed with him in that moment. And I've been impressed with him for a long time.
This was an incredibly close call, and the former First Lady Melania Trump, put it so eloquently in her letter that it was so close. Her whole life could have changed. Your life could have changed. What did you feel in that moment when you found out what had happened, when just the first pieces of information were coming in?
Yeah, no, it was very tough because it took me about 90 minutes to actually get anything, right? They'd lock everything down. He's in the hospital. There's no cell phones, I assume, because of potential IED type stuff when they don't know what's going on. So I got a call. My father's been shot, and that's the only information you have. And it took about 90 minutes to even find out that he's alive and well. So that was a rough time. And then I spoke to him, and I said what I said. And we sort of even in that moment, he was still having some levity, and you just back in the game, and it was incredible. It was actually a couple hours later when you sit down, you start reading it, you start seeing the videos, that's when it was like just the adrenaline dump hits, and it was different. It was a life-changing experience.
There's a lot of scrutiny about the Secret Service. There's going to be oversight hearings on Capitol Hill. What do you think happened? Do you think something went wrong? Was he vulnerable?
Listen, I know a lot of those guys, and some of them are incredible patriots. I had a Secret Service detail for 4 years, but I also know, having had it, having been in it, having been both my father as a president, as a candidate, my own details, someone to get out on an open roof within 130 yards. I'm not going to be the guy to be conspiratorial, but something went wrong.
So should he stop doing those outdoor rallies, perhaps? Is that what you would recommend to him?
I don't think he'd want to stop doing them. I think you see the response.
Maybe, do you want to tell him?
Stop, but I think, we got to guard that perimeter a little bit better. I came from a competitive shooting background. I mean, a 130-yard shot, it's like a 2-foot putt. That's nothing. It doesn't get easier than that. So that was truly divine intervention as far as I'm concerned.
Do you think it's hit him yet? Do you think it's sort of finally settled in for him?
Oh, 100%. I think it's settled in, and he's moving on. The resolve, the defiance that you saw in the seconds after that, he's just going to carry that energy on and fight for our country that way.
He's moving on now with this VP pick, JD Vance, who obviously was a favorite of yours. Talk to me about why, and what you told your father.
I just said, listen, he's a guy. Honestly, what it is, I watched JD go into sort of, let's call it, enemy territory from a media perspective, go on the most liberal TV shows and prosecute the case for my father and against the Democrat lunacy that we've seen. He does that better than almost any of our people can do on more conservative television. And you see that, you see the intelligence, and you hear his life story. That's going to resonate. We have a very tough electoral college map. People are like, oh, it's over now. Nothing's over. It's not over. It's not over till the last ballots close on November 5th, and if the Democrats get their way, they'll drag it on till 2:30, 4 in the morning otherwise. So we have to stay in the game. He's a guy that can go to the Rust Belt, to the places like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and articulate that case. He's lived an incredible American dream story, and when more people figure that out, I think they'll see that I was probably really, really correct in sort of my choice.
Do you feel like he can lead? There's been some criticism that he doesn't have enough political experience. He's a freshman senator from Ohio, not enough
executive. Zero political experience. He led us to peace deals in the Middle East, the greatest job economy in the world, incredible prosperity for everyone with no experience. If experience is a marker for Washington, D.C. politics, it's a bad one. How many people do we see that chair committees that don't know what they're talking about only because they've been there longer? I can go through whether it's Maxine Waters or a bunch of the Democrats, they're in positions of power because they've had tenure, not because they actually know anything about what they're chairing. If experience in politics is anything, I don't think it's very important at all, frankly.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Don Jr. will be in the house very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're extremely excited at the top of the hour to start our interview portion of our pregame here, all the way through the main stage speeches tonight inside of the Republican National Convention. We will be there, and we will be rocking and rolling. JD Vance is the vice president. JD Vance is the selection from Donald Trump, a purely nationalist, populist ticket, and all of the right people are happy about this, including Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, Glenn Youngkin, and a bunch of other great names. Of course, Donald Trump doing his due diligence here. Donald Trump has been talking about his vice presidential selection well before the Iowa caucuses, in fact. You can recall we've been covering this for a very long time, and now it is finally here, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump's selection for the vice president is JD Vance. So Joe Biden, very upset about this. Joe Biden is a very angry, bitter, deeply evil man, right? There's a lot of bad people in politics, but I believe that Joe Biden is actually an evil person. Mike Davis said this earlier on the show, and it is true. Joe Biden was doing an interview with, I believe, Lester Holt. This interview is just a first look, so we only have short clips of this interview. Biden's been doing a series of nightmarish and utterly disastrous interviews over the course of the last couple of weeks. It has been the worst weeks in memory for any living president. And of course, a major argument right now as to whether you would classify Joe Biden as a living president. But nonetheless, Joe Biden is faced with a question about his rhetoric against Donald Trump, because this is all that Biden has. All that Biden has is he calls Trump Orange Hitler. That's it. This is the point of the entire Biden presidency now, is to say that I'm running against Orange Hitler. And that dog don't hunt, right? The bell don't ring, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But Biden was faced with a series of comments that he has made about Donald Trump, saying that he wants to put a bullseye on Donald Trump, that he's an existential threat, that he's a threat to democracy, that that we are facing the end times right now, and that America will cease to exist if Donald Trump is elected. Like, what do you think is going to happen in that with that type of rhetoric? Of course, you're going to get you're eventually going to radicalize somebody, and that person that Donald Trump radicalized was naturally a Joe Biden donor. That person that Joe Biden radicalized against Donald Trump was naturally a Joe Biden donor, and the Joe Biden donor blew Donald Trump's ear off just a short few hours ago. And so what does Joe Biden have to say about it? Well, predictably, Joe Biden is lying. Joe Biden looks down the barrel of the camera and says, no, I didn't say those things, when it is when Joe Biden did in fact say these things. Here we go. Here's a first look at Biden's first interview since the assassination attempt by one of his donors on Donald Trump.
You've taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced.
Well, I don't think, look, how do you talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says? Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I've not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses, talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol.
Dude, we have the tweet, right? Like, we literally have the tweet that says we got to put a bullseye, we got to put a target on Donald Trump. He deleted the tweet, but your little your little neurotic Gen Z female staffers who write your tweet, Joe, did in fact say those things. This is wild. What a cluster. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Joe Biden said an incredible endorsement of JD Vance. Joe Biden again was faster. Joe Biden was faster at getting up a response a response that had 4 or 5 demonstrable lies in it about JD Vance at least, than he was getting up commentary when Donald Trump had his ear blown off, was shot in the head, right? Your ear is connected to your head, so Donald Trump had been shot in the head, right? So Joe Biden was faster at getting up commentary on JD Vance than he was about a statement for when Donald Trump got his ear blown off, got shot in the head. Joe Biden is fearful of JD Vance. JD Vance is a very high IQ individual. JD Vance is a very smart person. JD Vance is a very accomplished person. JD Vance is somebody who will help win the Rust Belt, not hurt in the Rust Belt. And the Rust Belt is, of course, where you have multiple must-win states for the Biden campaign. And this is very, very dangerous, as JD Vance is somebody who's been endorsed by the unions. JD Vance is somebody who's been a spokesperson for the forgotten man and woman. And in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Ohio, I mean, you lose those, you're looking at a 100-point landslide electorally for Donald Trump in the Electoral College. So listening to what Joe Biden says about JD Vance is really important here. Here's Joe Biden on a tarmac somewhere. I assume that this is in Delaware, but I'm not exactly certain, commenting on JD Vance, saying that he is a clone of Donald Trump. Well, I mean, is this supposed to... It's like, stop it. I'm already voting for him. Stop. You don't have to convince me. Here we go.
Clone of Trump on the issues. A clone of Trump on the issues. So I don't see any difference.
Great job. Great job. Boys, do we have 2 interviews, first looks from the NBC, the interview with Joe Biden? I think we do. I just want to make sure that we do not miss. Also, we have Cringe Jean-Pierre, who has decided that she is not going to, just to give you a little buzz by here, a view of the Biden White House now. They're not handling this well. Cringe Jean-Pierre saying that they will continue to say that Trump is a threat to democracy. Dude, your donor just blew the ear off and shot in the head your competitor. And you are going to say now and continue to say that he is a threat to democracy. Got it. Here's low IQ cringe Jean-Pierre 48 hours after a Joe Biden donor decided to assassinate Donald Trump and damn near succeeded after spending 30 minutes on a rooftop, fully in sight of the Secret Service, having members of the audience videotape him and call the authorities because there's a man with a rifle crawling army style towards President Trump, take a bead and a angle on Trump through his scope, fire 7 shots at President Trump, fatally striking one of the rally goers before taking a shot. By the way, the Joe Biden donor who decided to assassinate Donald Trump has no social media, has never posted a photo online, has no history on the internet at all, and his phone's locked, and not all the best government hackers can get into that phone with a little keypad from a 20-year-old. So if that's sounding a little weird to you, it certainly sounds weird to me. Something is very wrong here. And I'm not just talking about the Secret Service agents who are 2 feet shorter than Donald Trump, who are supposed to cover Donald Trump in an active shooter situation. Something's not adding up. Something is deeply, deeply wrong. But that is something to talk about, well, maybe with Eric Prince, one of the greatest security experts known to man, who ripped Secret Service a new one. Is one of the finest security experts on planet Earth. He will be on the show very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be asking Eric Prince quite a bit about this. First off, cringe Jean-Pierre. So cringe is in a eye-searing, absolutely eye-searing green toxic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles ooze green jacket today. And she has decided to tell us that the White House is not going to lay off saying that Trump is Cheeto Hitler. Here we go.
The view is that Trump and the MAGA Republican agenda is a threat to democracy. So how do you get that message across while bringing the temperature down? How is that phrasing going to be replaced? Is it going to be replaced?
Well, look, what I can say is this. We have our differences, and it's okay to have our differences. And it is okay to speak to someone's record, to speak to someone's character. That is the difference of, that is important to be able to do, to show, right, what the American people, what you're all about. We're just going to continue to denounce violence. It is important to do that, forcefully be against violence. Political violence has no place in America. It should not be. It does not have a place here. The president's going to continue to be very, very forceful about that. But we have a difference of agenda. That is the truth.
Baby. Ooh, man, we got something new. We got something beautiful for you. Look at this. Look at this. The Trump Vance 47, look, it says 47 on the engine. Look at that. Make America great again. Jet. Look at this thing. Rolled out of the hangar. Oh, baby. Would you look at that? What a beauty. Now, this is not Donald Trump's plane. This is not Donald Trump's plane. This is a campaign plane. Yes, correct? Yeah, correct? Okay. All right. So not Trump's plane. Trump still has his plane. But this is now the plane that you will see crisscrossing the nation. Pretty. I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It is a thing of beauty. Here is a photo of JD Vance and his wife before they make sort of their big appearance at the RNC convention. Welcomed to the scene by cheering, roaring delegates who again greeted him like a conquering hero on the convention floor. Donald Trump's running mate JD Vance of Ohio shares a light moment with his wife. Her name is Usha or Yusha. I do not know actually how to pronounce that. Let's get a pronouncer on that. Yusha Vance. Let's go with Yusha Vance backstage before being introduced to delegates at the RNC convention in Milwaukee. What a beautiful photograph. A beautiful photograph. A beautiful couple. They have a couple of fine children. This is I don't think this is an accurate wire photo of JD Vance. I'm not exactly certain. but I'll go with this. This they should totally embrace. This they should put on the campaign posters. I think the actor who plays Al Borland is actually based. I'm fairly certain about that. Maybe we should check, and maybe we can book him on the show soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we are again just a matter of. We are 1 hour away from the RNC convention main stage kicking off, and we ourselves are going to be kicking off our interviews here momentarily. We do have and have been following some breaking news across the spectrum right now. There is quite a bit happening. What we are looking forward to, though, is and I don't think I've ever said this and really meant it on the program. Not like I've ever lied, but I got to tell you, one other big announcement from today's news cycle is the Secret Service head will be heading to Congress to answer questions about how a 20-year-old sniper could army crawl within 100 yards of the president and take off a piece of his ear and nearly his skull, neck, or chest with a shot. How is that possible? Well, I don't know exactly. We need to hear from the diversity hire, DEI head of the Secret Service, and find out. That was announced today, along with, it's been a blistering news day, ALX, along with, of course, the dismissal of Donald Trump's documents case. If you are just joining us, we have possibly one of the largest bombshell series of news days in the history of this show, and it's just 5 p.m. right now. The Donald Trump documents case was thrown into the trash compactor and the garbage disposal this morning by Judge Eileen Cannon at 8:59 a.m. She dismissed the entire documents case on the grounds that Jack Smith was wrongfully and unlawfully appointed and that he does not have the congressional power or authority to be a special counsel. Concurring with Justice Thomas and creating a nightmare for the Justice Department. Of course, this was the metaphorical assassination of Donald Trump that they wished to push forward. The legal assassination of President Trump was, let's get him on all of these specious charges and tie him up in court till the end of time and kingdom come. And now every single one of those cases has gone down in flames or has been delayed forever. We're not exactly certain, but we have done our research on this. As soon as Donald Trump is able to appoint his own Justice Department or get an acting attorney general, those charges can be dismissed summarily and forthwith. And so we'll look forward to that date. Somebody who's looking forward to a Trump presidency is a voter here in Milwaukee who was asked, who you got in this election. And you're starting to hear this. You're starting to hear this across the political spectrum, ladies and gentlemen. These are some of the sights and sounds of Milwaukee this morning.
Would you be supporting Donald Trump?
For change. We've had Democratic control in Milwaukee for the last 65 years, and we haven't gotten anything. And so it's like, you can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. We have to do something different.
Gentlemen, as we head now into our second hour of broadcast today, this is going to be a 10-hour show, and we're all right with it. We're okay with it. We are locked and loaded and ready and caffeinated, and we're connected. We have a crisp, spectacular, sharp broadcast booth here right inside of the Republican convention, and we are powered by and live because of Patriot Mobile. Now, you hear me talk about Patriot Mobile all the time. I always hold up my phone. I typically have like 3 different devices right in front of me during the show. The reason why is because there is so much regularly happening, and that today is absolutely no exception. There's so much news today from the second we woke up. I was doing a walk this morning outside of my Airbnb in Milwaukee, and we get the notification that the documents case had been dismissed, and I was sprinting back home to go live. How did we go live from the Airbnb? How are we live right now? Our friends at Patriot Mobile keep us on the air because of their incredible network and because, well, they share our values, quite frankly. If they didn't share our values, they'd probably pull the plug on us. And joining me now, a man who decides not to pull the plug on this program every single day, the great Scott Coburn, Chief Marketing Officer for Patriot Mobile. Thanks for being on the show, man.
Absolutely.
All right, let me adjust here. Okay, there we go. Oh, man. That feels good. What's going on, Scott?
Well, Benny, like you said it best, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's a busy day, right? And, we're here because, quite frankly, the state of our country it's bad, we know. And in the light of what's happened the last couple of days, we realize we've got work to do. And at Patriot Mobile, that's what we're about. We defend freedom. You know that. And, I was flying out here today, and I was thinking about what I was going to talk about. And I thought about your podcast and being in the arena, and what does that mean, right? And I think that's a question we should all be asking ourselves right now. Are we in the arena? Are we making ourselves vulnerable? Are we looking at ourselves at the end of the day and say, do I have the dust and the sweat and the blood on my face because I am engaging, right? And I really think that it embodies what's going on in this country right now. We've all got to ask ourselves, are we in the arena? And my question, I get asked all the time, like, what can we do? And I said, well, I'll tell you, anybody that will listen to me, I'll ask the question. Right now, we know where this train is going, right? We know what's at stake. So why would we leave anything to chance? I submit that now's not the time for us to be on the fence with our conservatism. Now's not the time for us to pick and choose which parts of the red economy that we want to be involved in. Now's the time, as Teddy Roosevelt said, to be all in. We got to be all in. Doesn't matter if it's the coffee you buy, doesn't matter if it's where you bank, and yes, even who you use as your cell phone service provider, be all in. And Patriot Mobile is a really, really good one.
This is starting to become quite a trend because we've been covering on the show, Tractor Supply just got it pretty bad.
Oh, yeah.
Our friend Robbie Starbuck just absolutely gutted Tractor Supply,
Yes.
which has gone incredibly woke. And if you know anything about Tractor Supply, and I was raised in Farmland, USA, I'm not sure if you were either. I'm sure you were.
I've been in a Tractor Supply.
Most people actually come from the middle of nowhere, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I've learned.
Yeah.
And it's like these companies, they get called out, and I don't think it's shocking that a company that's on the Fortune 100 goes completely woke. They're obviously trying to grovel for hedge fund money and everything like that, ESG scores. I think what's shocking about that moment was the neck snapping speed at which they reversed and said, no, please, we beg your forgiveness.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
right now, John Deere's going through it as well.
Yep.
And it's a bit of again, it's not a phenomenon that these large corporations are woke. This has been going on for the better part of 3 or 4 decades,
Yes.
right? It's the slow creep. What's remarkable is now they're beginning to respond. You saw a response from Bud Light, not as good as I wanted, but you saw about as big of a reversal as you're going to get out of a brand like that. You saw a neck snapping response from Tractor Supply, and that's got to be a good thing, right? For the industry writ large.
Yes.
Because I think what most people want is a cell phone company to be a cell phone company and a beer brand to make beer and a Tractor Supply
A
to
soda
sell
company
chicken
make
feed,
soda.
right? Yeah, that's right.
Come on, right?
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, Benny, it's like we've been at this for about 11 years now. We've been on this bleeding edge of this red economy thing. Before woke was even a thing, we were doing this. And you mentioned that head snap. When people realize that there is an alternative in the cell phone service space, like a Patriot Mobile, and oh yeah, by the way, it works.
Yeah.
We're on the same 3 networks as all the big. We buy data off all the same towers. It works really well. Oh, and by the way, we have 100% US-based customer support. How's that working out for you when you call your cell phone service provider right now and you get connected to somebody in the Philippines or wherever? Hour later, you want to run out and slam your head in the car door, right? Not with Patriot Mobile, right? So we are the alternative in the Christian conservative space. And once people figure out that there is an alternative and it works, they can't switch fast enough.
Yeah. I mean, it really is an amazing moment. You're talking about people being brave. My entire social feed is filled with libs who are like, I'm MAGA now. It's amazing. It's a phenomenon. It's one I really want to pull up ALX, can you grab it? Elon posted it yesterday with a fire emoji. It was a feminist studies major who went to Berkeley, who's now saying that she's wearing the red hat. Now saying that like there was something in Donald Trump with blood dripping down his face after getting his ear blown off, people say ear blown off. I say shot in the head. He was literally shot in the head, okay? Ear's a part of your head. Trump gets shot in the head. He comes up and he goes, fight, fight, fight. And she goes, something changed in me forever. And I saw an America, like an America that could be, and now I'm wearing the red MAGA hat. We'll get the post and we'll put it up here. You are seeing that all around the country. And I think that's going to be a major sea change, especially for people who've been on the leading edge of free speech and of freedom of ideas, right?
Yeah, and you mentioned so Americans are asking themselves, like, when is enough enough?
Yes.
Like, what's the tipping point that I'm going to come over the line and start drawing a line in the sand and say, I'm just not going to buy from companies that don't believe in what I believe in? What's the tipping point? Well, Donald J. Trump gets shot in the head. I think that's a tipping point for some people, right? Come on. I mean, it's so really our customers, like, these are those rural Americans that you're talking about. They've been largely sheltered from a lot of the media stuff. So they're not, now when something like this happens, they understand, whoa, this is different. So I think in the last 48 hours, our phone volume has tripled.
No way.
Tripled.
Really?
Benny, it's because people are saying that's the tipping point. I've had enough.
Yes.
You know, it's time to switch.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. And there's, it's amazing because like you're also on the cutting edge of free speech, right? Because you're allowing people to be connected, and that is extreme. All this happening, we saw banks doing this.
It's
getting scary out there.
It's happening.
Banks flagging if you buy a firearm, cell phone turning over the records. I think so. What I was trying to recall was January 6th, cell phone companies turning over all their records, right?
Yes.
Forking over all their customers' records, everything, who you were texting, who you were calling, where you were, all your metadata, just forking it over to the federal government.
Yep.
Man, I mean, like, that's scary.
Very scary. It's real. It's happening. You know that. And I believe you're going to have a friend of ours, Eric Prince, on later. You need to ask him about his new product, the Unplugged phone. Just ask him about it.
Okay.
It's a game changer. Really? It is. And speaking of game changers, I have to get a plug-in for our new Patriot Mobile 1 product. Okay, Benny, get this. You know, the AT&T network went down just a few weeks ago. Other networks have gone down. It's left people without the use of their cell phones. We are now able to put 2 active lines on a single smartphone on 2 different networks because we have access to all 3 of the main networks. What does that mean? When you travel around like I know you do and you lose signal from one set of towers, it's going to pick up from the other set of towers. Single device. I was with Kash Patel a few months ago and he pulls out 3 phones. I go, Kash, what are you doing? I go, I can do the same thing. I can do it on one phone. He goes, really? Sign me up, right? We have a better product than you can get with a single network carrier.
Of course, Cash is walking around with 3 phones. Yeah. What a great dude, man. Are you excited for him to be running the Department of Justice?
I love that dude.
Are you excited for the JD Vance pick?
You know, I am. Yeah. I think JD's a wonderful man. I've got a chance to spend some time with him personally a few times. He loves his country. We know that. I think his story is phenomenal. I mean, from what he rising himself up out of what he came from and doing what he's doing now in just a few years is only in America, right? I mean, it's God bless JD Vance. I mean, it's awesome. Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So we have the post here. I want to jump to this real fast and pop this on screen. So I graduated in 2012 with a degree in women's studies. Cried in 2016 when Trump got elected. Lost touch with Dems somewhere around the Me Too movement. Discovered entrepreneurship. Updated my voter registration in 2018. Didn't tell anyone. Told myself I was a single issue voting centrist. Last 6 to 12 months, I believed I was going to abstain from voting in the upcoming election. But watching Trump survive an assassination attempt and act like a total effing savage shifted me into a strange patriotic gear that my fancy feminism, white men bad, infected brain never showed me. Like, dude took a bullet and stood up with blood dripping down his face and rallied the crowd while fist pumping, yelling, "Fight." Sorry, but I'm voting for that. And saying it out loud feels so good. 2012 Stephanie would be so pissed off right now, but I don't care. Ooh, baby. There's so much of this online. Elon Musk now posting that and saying like, this is fire.
By the way, Stephanie, we want you as a Patriot Mobile customer. For sure.
I mean, it's a really remarkable moment. We've been saying this for a while, but there's good energy out there, man. It's like really positive energy out there.
I loved what Elon did. That says it all, right? I mean, he's like, okay. And I think you said it earlier. That's kind of the spirit of what's going on in this country right now. It's like, it's time. Let's take America back. Let's get it back. It's time. Yeah.
So what's the path forward through the November election? What do you see?
Well, I see a whole new sense of emboldenment on our side for sure. I see a new energy. I hear and see a different Donald J. Trump, and the way I just think, how can you not be different? Yeah. You got shot. I mean, and like he said, he's still here.
That's right.
So I see I see solidarity. I see us coming together and rallying around this, and I see victory.
Yes.
And I see a lot more Patriot Mobile customers.
Yeah. There's a really good energy here with Scott's shirt. I'm not sure if you can see it or not. Guys got the stars. Guys got the stars and stripes. That's exactly right. Did we get that shot? Give me that. Give me that shot. Give me that full. I want to see that.
Come on now.
There we go. That's it. Why do I got this black guy? Yeah. We actually got Donald Trump. We actually got an epic Donald Trump shirt arriving tomorrow that we'll be wearing for the entire rest of the parental advisory.
Yes.
Donald Trump with his fist in the air and blood coming down his face.
I love it.
What was your reaction when you saw that happen?
Initially, not surprise, shock, obviously, anger.
Yeah.
Angered me, quite frankly. But then when I saw this, empowerment, strength. I mean, strength.
We're taking it. That's ours now.
Strength.
Okay.
Right?
You see, that's ours now. This is ours now. We took that from you.
Yes. And it's funny, Benny. I was actually with my wife and some friends out on our boat on the lake when this happened. I had a Donald Trump flag flying from my boat. And literally, as I'm driving around in every other boat that saw it went nuts. Horns honking, fists in the air, yelling and screaming, cheering. It gave me chills. I mean, it gave me hope and chills. Yeah, it was awesome.
So Elon Musk said, Elon Musk put up some of the numbers on X. Apparently, the users on X have been out of control. Let me see if I can grab this. Let me see if I can grab this right now. Oh, good. It's right at the top. Here we go. X usage hit another all-time high yesterday with 114 billion user seconds globally. In the U.S., user seconds reached $93 billion. It's 23% higher than the previous record in a single day. So that's going to be melting down some of your phones, man.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, totally.
You're seeing like great interest.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, again, I think we've built a nice brand. People in the conservative space know about Patriot Mobile. But my next question is always, why aren't you a customer then? Well, now people are saying it's time. I want to be a customer now. It's time, right? And, it's just like a snowball. This thing's just going to gain momentum. We're beefing up our sales team. We know leading up to the election, this is the time. We will make hay while the sun's shining right now and rally the troops, because that's what we do. We're building an army of patriots, That's what we do.
And the world moves very, very fast these days. We've been live. Hey, Alex, how many hours over the last 48 hours? Well, we've been live 2 hours right now. Yes, that's exactly right, Klein. But over the last 48 hours, we've been live for most of them. it's like with the, and things happen so quickly on the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the memes are flying and the internet is flying. And we've just decided while we do a regular show, and we thank you for being a sponsor of it, we've just decided we're going to move with the news. And we're not going to be locked in and confined by a time block, right? And man, it's been so fun to build a show like that, and to do it on the speed of the internet, right?
Yep.
And the speed of connectivity, because this is how people communicate now. Dude, nobody's waiting for the New York Times anymore. Nobody's waiting for the Washington Post anymore. Corporate media is like a day behind at least, and they're often wrong.
That's right.
And like a random account on X is going to be more accurate than the New York Times, right?
That's what I like about you too, Benny, because you get it. I mean, you have to be agile. You have to move with the news and the events of the day. And by you got a choice. You could say, thank you, Patriot Mobile, for sponsoring the show. I'm going to do a couple of live reads and tell you what I think Benny thinks about Patriot Mobile. No. Let's bring Scott and Glenn, and you're going to hear from others from our company this week. Let's let them come in and tell the story from their lens and what they're doing. And that's real. That's authentic, right? So I appreciate that about you, that you understand that. Not everybody does, but you get it. So
let it rip, man.
That.
Let it rip, right? Like this is a news environment. You kind of just got to let it fly and let it go. Things happen so quickly, man. Today we had the documents case. We have Trump's VP selection. We have, hey Alex, what am I missing here? I'm like missing like 12 different things. Go. Yeah.
Racking up wins.
Yeah.
Yep.
What am I missing? The sniper news, and then there's one other one that I'm missing. Well, Joe Biden lying is not actually news.
No.
But we're facing a moment, I think, in time where information is actually more valuable than it's ever been, because the access to information is so vast. And so being able to reach people quickly with the news, we reach them in a way that they actually reach them in a way that they like to watch. Like, this is how people like to consume.
You got it.
Like, people just don't consume.
Right.
The consumption habits are so different now. And so reaching them where they're comfortable, and reaching them by speaking their own language, speaking the native language that's native to them, which is like memes and X and social and internet.
That's right.
It's just been, it's been really exciting to build a brand around like the cell phone. And people consuming on the cell phone.
So, and look at it this way too. Every time you make a call, or you send a text, or you post your selfie on social media, you're either supporting the guys that are not on your side, or you're supporting the guys that have your back and that are out on the front lines defending freedom.
Yes.
Every time you pick up your cell phone, think about that. Yes. Now everybody listening, now you know. So what do you do about it? Patriot Mobile. There you go. Yep.
Really quick here, the story behind the brand. We've said it before on the show, but I want to sort of know from you, since you were there at the founding, like Patriot Mobile, where does it come from, and what is the purpose, right? Like, what was the driving purpose, the soul inside the company?
Sure. So the genesis of Patriot Mobile, it's going back 11 years. So there was another cell phone service provider on the left called Credo Mobile, and they were supporting causes that, let's just say, that you and I don't believe in. And our co-founder, Glenn Story, was approached with an idea. Said, hey, do you want to start a cell phone company? Glenn says, are you crazy? No, I don't want to start a cell phone company. He says, do you want to start a cell phone company that supports Christian conservative causes? That's a niche. Now he's like, okay, I can sink into that a little bit. Okay. That's different. Okay. And he saw the writing on the wall where this was going. Now, Credo has done a lot on the left to impact a lot of elections through their PAC and things like that. We also have a PAC, Patriot Mobile Action, separate entity. We're impacting elections with Patriot Mobile PAC, our Patriot Mobile Action. That's our PAC. So they gave us the idea. We just made it better, and now we're doing it on our side. So that's how Patriot Mobile came about. Yeah.
There are a number of left-wing streamers that we really thought did a great job and had a great channel, and now we kick their asses every single day on our channel. And so it's like, thanks for the ideas, guys. We'll just do it. We'll do it better.
Let's build a better mousetrap.
That's business, man.
Yeah.
That's business.
Yeah.
Scott, thank you so much for being on the program.
Thank you, Benny.
Thank you for your sponsorship of us, being our exclusive sponsor here at the RNC. I mean, honestly, this is how we stay connected. This is how we stay online, and we're going to be we're going to be online till probably midnight tonight. So we're going to rock and roll here.
I love it.
Yeah.
God bless you guys. Thank you for
God
doing
bless
this.
you, Scott. Thank you so much. Let's go win, man.
Yes, sir.
Give me one of those shirts.
I got one for you. I got one for you. Yep.
Look at that drip.
I'm going to make you a special one.
Thanks, Scott. All right.
Appreciate it.
God bless you, man. ALX slow with the breaking news. Goodness gracious. In a pinch. Did I forget something? What else? Did I forget anything? Maybe not. All right. Okay. Elon Musk hitting the top usage ever for X in a single day. Pretty impressive. Pretty remarkable. What a extremely poignant meme here. What are you, media? What do I want? News. When do I want it? Right now. Media. They're slow. They're slow, ladies and gentlemen. Patriot Mobile, not slow. Again, the exclusive sponsor of our broadcast here inside of the RNC convention. We are ready to rock. So tonight, we are going to be broadcasting the entire Milwaukee first day of the RNC convention. The people who will be speaking at the RNC convention today are going to be Charlie Kirk. Hold on, we have a list here. I want to load that list. It's going to be Charlie Kirk. Alex, can you surface the list for me? It's gotten lost in our production chat here. Here we go. Ron Johnson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Mark Robinson, Wesley Hunt, John James, Katie Britt, Tim Scott, Glenn Youngkin, Christy Noam, Byron Donalds, Charlie Kirk, Marsha Blackburn, and Sean O'Brien, the president of the unions. Teamsters. Very interesting stuff. And man, the Teamsters union, I was actually not expecting that. Here we go. There we go, boys. There we go. And so this is going to be a wild night. I think that we have a guest who is late. Here next, we do have our own production this evening that will be live from now until the start of the convention speakers. When do the speakers start, ALX? When do the actual speakers begin? Tonight we'll have on our program Russell Brand, Tommy Tuberville, Ronnie Jackson, Eric Prince, Don Jr., and RNC Chairman Michael Whatley. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are in a holding pattern for our next guest. And so let's rock and roll. We will have Donald Trump Jr. back on the program. Don Jr. Has been on the convention floor today and has been doing really God's work on the convention floor. It's something that has been quite interesting because what we are seeing from the entire Trump team and from the people around him is a sort of new level of energy, right? Is there a better way to say this? There's like a energy of inevitability and power around the RNC convention this year. People have been energized by the assassination attempt on President Trump's life, as I've seen on social media. There is and as you see ping pong balling all across social media, there's a abiding sense of like FU, right? Like all of you people who have gone out of your way to try and legally, they've tried to politically assassinate President Trump. They tried to legally assassinate President Trump. They've tried to rip Donald Trump off the ballot, and they've tried to put Donald Trump in jail. And when all of those things failed, then they radicalized a young man and then took this Joe Biden donor, put a firearm in his hand, refused to engage him as he crawled across a rooftop, somehow inexplicably for 30 minutes, and then fired 7 shots at President Trump, striking him in the head. How exactly is that allowed? I think is a really good question. Like, how'd that happen? I think that's something that is worth asking. And it's something that was asked yesterday in a extremely stunning interview that Dan Bongino did on Fox News. And there's a couple of reasons why this is stunning. One, Dan Bongino had a show on Fox, and Fox decided to cancel his show. Now, I'm not saying that this is something that I'm not going to really comment on that. I'm just saying that Fox News canceled Steve Hilton, Dan Bongino, and Tucker Carlson, like all within one fell swoop, right? So what does that tell you? There was like a cleaning of the house of populists. All the more reason why we should be celebratory of the selection of JD Vance as a populist, cementing really the populist ticket for Donald Trump. Dan Bongino was on Fox News and had made some startling comments about his former employer, the Secret Service, talking about the ineptitude, the catastrophic, and I'm quoting, failure of the service, and also the damage that this could have done to Western civilization. But Dan Bongino also broke some news here, and we are very interested in one of the big pieces of news that we heard today, which is the head of the Secret Service, the DEI hire, will be going into Congress and answering questions. She should have resigned by now and should be facing criminal charges for gross negligence and manslaughter. Here's Dan Bongino on Fox last night.
Secret Service agent Dan Bongino joins me now. Is this gross incompetence, or is it something even more scary that we can't even think about?
No, it's gross incompetence. I mean, how do you think about it, right? The counter sniper team, they train out, the Secret Service counter sniper team, obviously they're to mitigate a sniper threat. They train out to 1,000 yards. So we're talking about, say it was 200 yards. It was actually less than that where this shooter was, right? You're talking about a fraction of what they're trained at. They're also trained to spot guys in ghillie suits, cracked open windows.
Right.
He's on a white roof in broad daylight.
He's on a white roof.
Now, again, it'd be easy for me to say, oh, well, let's not get into Monday morning quarterbacking. Bro, it's not a freaking football game. It's the president of the United States' life. The Secret Service has one job. Well, outside of counterfeiting and protection, it is one job. You keep the body alive no matter what. They came within a millimeter of this guy losing his life. I don't understand some of the commentary that's, they did a great job. Well, the body guys, that response was, brave. They ran up there. They didn't know there could have been 10 more shooters.
Right.
No doubt. Know those guys. Pretty heroic what happened there. But the security failure.
There's a guy with a gun over there to multiple law enforcement guys, and they still are just looking around like this and no one. How does that happen?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm getting from a number of sources that people are feeding to me their information, obviously, because they want to fix it. They're concerned, and I think you're going to see a lot of whistleblowers. I'm hearing there were very, very few. I don't want to give an exact number, but very few actual, I don't think anyone else has reported this, actual Secret Service poststanders at that site. That they were temp HSI,
right.
Homeland Security folks, they're great folks. I'm not knocking them, but that's not what they do specifically. We do protection, and we're trained for that. So I'm hearing that. I'm also hearing that the counter sniper team, that they had a problem seeing over the elevation. That's why I didn't engage right away.
Oh, come on.
But that's not the problem. The problem, well, it's the problem, but that's not the real. The problem is, where the hell was the aerial visual support? Why was there no helicopter? Why was there no drone? Why was there no FLIR? Why was there no thermal, forward-looking infrared? How the hell is the crowd acting as the freaking counter surveillance operation?
I know, if that's the best asset you have is random Trump supporters telling police that there's a guy with a gun, what technology are they deploying? They're bragging about they have all this new technology. I didn't see it. Tell me about when they rush him over to the van.
Mayorkas doesn't have the cojones to do it.
Biden should do it. Leapfrog Mayorkas and terminate her.
Zero chance.
She's got to go.
Chance.
Well, he never fired
doesn't
anybody
even know
over
who the
anything.
Secret Service director is. There's zero chance. Like he fires her. No way.
All right, Dan Bongino, thanks so much for coming.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after that stunning commentary from Bongino on the state of the Secret Service and the cleaning of the house. Who would like to see Dan Bongino as the new head of the Secret Service in a second Trump administration? I think that'd be spectacular. One of Dan Bongino's colleagues and exclusive streamers on Rumble joins us live now. The great Russell Brand from across the pond, live on the program. Thank you for wearing a cowboy hat and respecting our culture. Our culture is not your costume.
I hope you don't see this as an appropriation, but a very sincere honoring of your culture. This is my first ever Republican National Convention. I'm delighted to be here with you.
Your takeaways so far? Have you walked around, spoken with people?
Do you know what I'm trying to hold in my mind is that there's been this extraordinary event just within the last 48 hours, which under ordinary circumstances would be regarded simply as tragic or scary, but in such a bipartisan and fractured space, that in itself has garnered a complexity. And I even noticed myself commenting on it without being able to immediately acknowledge the human cost. Of course, one man's, obviously, I know you're aware, lost his life, everyone's aware, and it's an assassination attempt. So I wonder, I started to feel, Benny, that in part politicization is an ongoing abstraction of reality. Like, at least that's how I'm personally experiencing it. What I mean by that is, try and look at this at just a human level. Someone has died trying to protect their family. This is so extraordinary. It's so, and then to be here at this magnificent but peculiar, let's face it, event, and to try to couple together and appreciate all of those things. And I'm jet lagged, and I'm wearing a hat that's very, some people say is too small and might be restrictive. There's a lot to contend with.
All right, so we have the chat in front of us. If anybody's from Texas, can you please comment on the cowboy hat that Russell Brand is wearing right now? Let us know if we have a massive audience in the state of Texas. Can you score this cowboy hat? Let's score the Russell Brand cowboy hat. In fact, let's put up a poll on X, please.
Would you?
And just see what the viewers think there. I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
And it goes great with the whole rest of the ensemble, especially the Jesus piece here. Right
There is our Lord and Savior.
Right in the middle. Oh, and I didn't even notice this one. Okay.
This detail.
Both. So what we regularly talk about on the show is a heightened spiritual energy, and you just have to be comatose or dead to not feel it right now. And when you see Donald Trump move his head 1 millimeter and that bullet hit just a piece of his ear instead of fracturing his skull or going through his neck or his chest where it could have gone, I think you see the hand of God. I think you see a miracle. I think what we witnessed perhaps the largest miracle ever seen on mass media in human existence when you watch that bullet whiz by Donald Trump, when he turned his head just at the right time for it to not blow his head off.
Benny, I'm so glad that you're affording us a spiritual lens, because let's face it, this was an event that was, like, several people prophesized or at least foresaw. Now, perhaps it was foreseen because of the escalating conditions and the outrageous tension. Who knows by what magical means Alex Jones works? But it seems from a number of perspectives, this is something that people were anticipating. One good thing that's already come from it is that Bobby Kennedy has been afforded the security detail that he deserves. Perhaps we will yet see Bongino rise to head of security, which is a brilliant suggestion by you. But to your point about dark spiritual energy, this is something that I have felt an awareness of for some time. In fact, it's quite lovely to be in your company directly to see sort of, I've always thought you're a very clean man. That's why I announced you as immaculate as soon as I saw you. You're extremely clean, but it's nice to see that you have the kind of radiance that I've come to associate with a particular type of person, because it does feel sometimes that there is a darkness that is beyond our rational means to fully understand. Certainly as a new Christian, it's something that I'm beginning to look at from a new perspective, because I've always understood cruelty, darkness, mendacity to occupy establishment spaces for materialistic reasons, for reasons of dominion. But I'm now beginning to sense that there might be, I don't like to use the word occultist dimension or Luciferian, or that, I like that bit I was reading lately, Luke 10:18, that when Christ says to the returning apostles who are all fueled up on having cast out demons, I watched Satan fall from heaven like lightning. this really struck me lately, to sort of think of an atemporal, aspatial creator God giving people the ability to cast out the very kind of darkness that surely needs to be cast out now more than ever. Even the rational miracle that you describe of the last minute rotation is difficult to focus on when there is so much available data now, Benny, like the people being moved, I'm on X, I guess, like you, and I'm following you and watching your insights unfold, watching you get your snout out in front of the Newshound pack. But I was thinking, when you see that woman standing up, her in the black cap, or then you see this guy or the people being cleared behind, or why has this kid got no social media footprint? It's just extraordinary. There are so many different ways to try to understand it. I'm uncertain what path even to walk.
So when you talk,
I said a lot, Benny.
No, you did say a lot, but your conversation about the scriptures, and this always strikes me when I read the gospel, because with regularity, Christ casts out a demon, almost by chapter. There's like a demon or multiple demons being cast out. The spirits of darkness and the spirits of light and salt and light are at war constantly, and we don't see the world that way. And when was the last time anybody on a large scale even talked about demonic possession or demonic activity or darkness or miracles in our modern era? Nobody speaks like that anymore, yet it was commonplace. If somebody was messed up in Christ's day, they're like, hey, probably got a demon. He's probably got a demon. Most likely. He's living in the cemetery, He's scratching himself a lot. Dude's like got a demon, right? He lifts like 10 men. He's got a demon, right? And not creatine, it's a demon.
Could creatine do it, though? I know you advertising it right now.
That's right. Steroids. We need a little something stronger. We don't think like that anymore. And I think that there is this great awakening, and I've had this sense for a while, and then I've been watching your conversion to Christianity. I'm like, it's happening. There's a great awakening happening, and people are being Christ-pilled and white-pilled on such a level, such a scale. It's exciting. It makes your hair stand up.
Yeah.
And this, again, it's just this miracle of watching the bullet not strike, a bullet that was meant to kill President Trump, not strike him on just the turn of a head. I think that it just might be something else that is pushing us in such a positive spiritual direction.
Of course, this is my prayer. The rational discourse is, it would seem to me at least, abundantly furnished with comparable notions, though, for there is an apocalyptic idea baked into the climate change rhetoric, for example, and there is surely something diabolical when we see deep and dark unrest and literal conflagrations, fiery streets, burning streets. And sometimes I've seen etched onto the faces of angry and antic protesters distortions that look somewhat demonic to me, Benny. So maybe it's just a lexicon change, a new argot. The argot of rationalism sees man necessarily as the pinnacle, all things described, rationalized, weighed out and measured by the human mind, placing humanity therefore at the pinnacle of all achievement. And isn't that the fundamental problem? Isn't that what the moment when Satan is cast out like lightning is really an indication of? That we set up our own principalities, our own dominions, that we all become the little deities of ourselves, worshipping ourselves. And when I've lived like that, it's not been very good for me, and I can fall into it almost a moment's notice.
Yeah, you're a human being.
Oh, I'm a human being. Yes. That's what it is. It's ever so difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. You've done the reverse. You've done the reverse of every single Hollywood story we've ever followed, or every single celebrity story. You are the exact photo negative of every celebrity or famous person. You came from that world, and you were in darkness. And instead of descending into satanic worship, which we actually see at scale now from Hollywood and from the entertainment industry, it's almost like occult rituals when you watch a Sam Smith concert, right? Like it's despicable. You can see it at the Super Bowl. They know that Taylor Swift is going to be on camera, and you have people like Ice Spice wearing upside down crosses and doing satanic movements with their arms. You, on the other hand, went from that world and became a Christian, and not only did so like in silence, but did so very publicly. And I want to talk about that conversion story. And maybe we could just unpack that.
I'd like
bit.
to,
I know
and I
you've been
will.
very public about it, but
Firstly, I'll mention. Do you not sometimes think that the I've often thought that the satanic cosplay that takes place in celebrity circles had a kind of frivolity and spectacle to it, but elsewhere I've heard that these are powerful sigils and signifiers, and that if you create ritualistic spaces and emblems of darkness, that it has some impact. It's hard to almost, if we're going to talk about prophecy and demons, then we're already beyond the rational, aren't we? We're saying we're having a conversation that's not entirely reliant on measurable data. We're looking into new realms. Robbie up there is like he's signaling you like crazy.
Let the man talk.
Either he's
Let
saying
the man talk.
peace.
No, this is a very important
I'd say that
conversation.
means 2 minutes
and we have
in
quite
sign
an
language.
audience here. Hello, everyone.
I've seen it before.
Do you want to hear Russell
the
Brand's conversion
Republican
story?
National Convention.
Yes, we do. All
Yes,
right, let's
tell us more. They were enthusiastic, weren't they?
Let's continue.
Go on. I wonder if those sigils and the dressing up as demons, if it's really significant or if it's just an aesthetic thing, although it's difficult to argue when you feel that society is falling into decline and despondency and increased mental illnesses and addiction crises, and that what you're being offered as a solution to that kind of absence of God, that absence of faith, that absence of light is indeed that which lurks behind those potent and demonic sigils that you just described, all the dressing up and larking about messy business.
What is it that brought you out of the darkness and into light?
Pain and suffering and total despair and annihilation. But in retrospect, I was aware of the presence of Christ prior to that, because this tattoo, for example, I'd done ages ago, and I was aware of sort of the local Christ, nearby Christ, adjacent Christ, mundial everyday Christ. Indeed, it is this mundiality that made me, I think, unwilling, because I don't want to be conditioned. I don't want to be a conformist. For me, Christianity was almost adjacent to some form of watching CNN or MSNBC. This is just another one of the tools they use to control you. Something radically changed when it came to suffering and pain and the presence of a real and evident and loving Christ. I was reading it and thinking, oh my God, I think this happened. I think it's actually happened. Like the sequence of events. I think that the creator of the simulation came inside the simulation and said, I've been telling you from outside to start living differently. You're not listening. I've been sending people in. You've not listened to any of them. In fact, I've tried talking to you in plagues, locusts, floods. When will you listen? And now love came and spoke in love. So for me personally, of course, it was brought about by suffering and despair. Some things happened in my personal life. I was attacked very publicly and faced some pretty serious and heinous allegations, which are rather abhorrent, if I may say. But also in my personal life at that time, my son was my beautiful, blessed son, who is fine, I will tell you right now, was born with a congenital heart condition that required surgery when he was 12 weeks old. And this was happening at the same time as these bombastic attacks and relentless condemnation, which, may I say, also had a sort of a demonic aspect to it. So it felt biblical, man. It felt biblical. The son, you will develop a new relationship with God, I think, in Great Ormond Street Hospital, London, if you see your son with his heart open and a tangle of wires. And if you have to have those conversations about the likelihood of potential fatality if your child has heart surgery, my little son is blessedly very well. Man, it was intense. And the whole ride to that, when we had a scan at 26 weeks and we were told that we didn't need to continue with the pregnancy if we didn't want to. And blessedly, my wife was most ardent in her position of love for her and now, of course, our son. All of this, of course, in the sort of dreadful tumult stirred up awakenings. Now, it's not like I was spiritually bereft before. Remember, I'm 21 years, getting on for 22 years, clean and sober. You can't get clean and sober from drugs without some kind of faith in God, without a connection to a higher power. Remember, I've had an absolute fascination with the New Age, an absolute fascination with God. I have long known that the material world will not be enough, that pleasure will not be enough, that consuming will not be enough, drugs, alcohol, none of these things will be enough. But this amalgam of events simultaneously occurring, and then Christians being so beautiful and kind and open, I didn't think I was going to, when I first read Rick Warren's Purpose Driven Life, and it said things like, you're going to have to go to church. I was like, I'm not going to church. And it was like, you're going to have to get baptized. I'm not getting baptized. But it turns out I do go to church, and I did get baptized. And I don't really ever remember making a decision. Just before I knew it, SAS superstar Bear Grylls was dunking me in the River Thames. Either I've been touched by the Holy Spirit or I have E. coli, for that river is sadly not kept to the standards that it ought be, due to, I think, the policies of Thames Water that need radical redressing because it's owned by, foreign entities and it's been carved up, and there's a lot to discuss there. But you asked, Benny. You asked, you beautiful lunatic.
That's the answer. What is the answer to the political question that we have right now in this country? Have you any thought on Joe Biden versus Donald Trump? Have you endorsed Donald Trump? Do you plan on voting illegally from England for Donald Trump?
Well, it's, as I understand, you can vote without being registered. So I might just do a bunch of votes. Doing a few now, just filling out a few. Try one for each of them.
Have you endorsed Trump, or do you think that
I've met a few members of the Trump family.
Yeah.
I met Donald Trump a few years ago, and it was an encounter in which I did not cover myself in glory. And like many people previously, I think much of the rhetoric around the sensitive hot button subjects that people that are part of the Hollywood establishment tend to react to, immigration being high among them. When I thought of Donald Trump as a sort of I didn't think that Donald Trump would be an anti-establishment berserker, that Donald Trump would cause so much consternation and chaos amongst institutional forces. I like Bobby Kennedy a great deal. I think he's a lovely person and a very great man. I've spent some time with him. Donald Trump, I understand how he has harnessed and garnered so much support, and I am very sympathetic to your analysis that there has been a degree of divine intervention. Thankfully, blessedly, him surviving that attack. Joe Biden, I don't think I can envisage a more clear demonstration of a representation of systemic power. Even in his senescence and decay, he is indicating to us what is happening to the system itself. The establishment has brought these conditions upon themselves. The establishment deserves a presidential candidate like Joe Biden, who as a human being I pray for his wellness, but as an indicator, a synecdoche of the decay of the Democrat establishment, he could not be more perfect, for surely his strings are being pulled from elsewhere.
So you see this clearly. Do other people in England see that? What is the take from the rest of the world on America? Everybody sees Joe Biden, right? Is it as much of a laughing stock as I think?
Benny, when you astonished when the debate happened, because I didn't, if we watched it live, people people acclaimed to be dazzled and baffled by his performance. But if you've been watching independent media such as yours for the last couple of years, then these kind of mumbling displays and moments of clear delusion and doubt are pretty commonplace. So it was extraordinary to see. What's amazing is to see how the media is maneuvering not only around the debate but the assassination attempt, to see them try to repackage and repurpose these events according to what appears to be a preconceived agenda. And above all else, what terrifies me is the emergence of digital tyranny and the way that the continual the spectacle of Donald Trump, the demonization of Donald Trump, the hysteria around Donald Trump has been used to mask the fact that the very tyranny that we're being told to fear has been ushered in through creepy banality. Like what we have now is a kind of Huxley-esque, Kafka-esque digital control, citizen management, managed decline, control by fear, state of terror, far worse than any projection that they might conjure up with their rather lazy dictatorship and tyrant rhetoric, particularly when he's had 4 years in office and none of those things happened then.
What is your message to Republicans here at this? I mean, we do it big in America, right? Like, this is big.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything like this in the UK, not at this scale. An entire city's been taken over. Hundreds of thousands here for the Republican convention.
We have a tea shop is our equivalent. When there's an election, people simply sip a cup of tea, dip a biscuit in it, and then murmur who their preferred candidate would be. Now, I've never been to anything like this. This is somewhere between a carnival and a trade fair. I know it's not even properly started. I'm so confused by it. It's an extraordinary event.
Final question: advice from across, sort of the spiritual realm and also the political realm. What would you see as a healthy turn in American politics? Because you cover it very, very closely. You also cover kind of the intersection of culture there and the censorship industry and how this has affected you, your show. There's some really scary laws on the books in Scotland and in England, and it's terrifying speech laws. It seems like we're headed towards darkness, and you're one of those few people, and you have one of the largest audiences in the world pulling us back toward the light. How do we get there?
My belief is whether you're talking about corporate or state power, there should be the minimal ability for those centralized forces to intervene in the lives of the individual. Where possible, power should be devolved to the individual and the community, and that our principles ought be derived from a relationship with a higher power, in my case, God. Of course, people are running their lives based on a hierarchy of principles regardless. So if you were to ask me what I believe in, Benny, it's decentralization of power, federalization, devolution of power, and the maximum amount of power for the individual, the maximum amount of electoral representation possible. I try not to say democracy anymore because I know people who don't like that word. They like constitutional republic. If I say democracy, they get agitated.
Are you going to run for office?
I don't know. Yeah, which one?
Prime Minister
of the United Kingdom of Great Britain seems like a sensible idea. Now, Benny, I'm aware that the police appear to be here, as well as an extremely well dressed and well groomed gentleman.
Okay, we even got popcorn. Hey, this is lunch. The Senator, you can sit down. Here we go. We got multiple seats here.
That's Tommy Tuberville.
Sir, what a pleasure.
Good to see you. Yeah. Benny, how you doing? Good to see you.
He's got his popcorn. This is amazing.
Well, I used to eat popcorn and hot dogs at halftime when I coached, so I had to get something.
Senator Tuberville coached The Rock at the University of Miami.
Oh, that's extraordinary.
Yeah.
I don't know if you and him have crossed any paths, but
The Rock? As a matter of fact, yes. I was in a HBO show with The Rock called Ballers. I did numerous scenes with The Rock. And I have to say, on one occasion, I was encouraged to walk naked into the sea as part of a scene with The Rock. And The Rock formed a very...
Too much information.
It's barely begun, Senator. Yeah, he formed a human shield of ample proportion. I will leave you and the Senator to conduct a conversation. I'm very grateful to have met you. Thank you for your gentleness and for your charm. And it's a joy to be with you. And I hope I'll see you again soon.
One last one, Russell, really quickly.
What about the Senator?
We have so many.
There's a Senator there.
We have so many young men who watch, and I wanted to really get to
one
final question about fatherhood.
Yes.
And about how that changes you. And I'm trying as hard as I can to preach fatherhood and to preach being a man, getting married, falling in love, having children, and seeing that divine connection in your life, and how profound that is to change you, and how that is true wealth in 2024 is holding your child in your arms.
I'm so glad that you've asked me this question, because
last one.
I'm away from my children at the moment. And when, of course, like any father, when I'm among that tribe, that giddy little herd, all tentacles and antlers and expletives and demands, I think I'm exhausted. The moment I'm away from it, I think, surely this was divine intervention. What higher calling could we have than the trust to parenthesize, for that's where the word parent, I suppose, comes from, or at least it shares an etymology with the word parenthesize, to hold them, to allow them to become who they are, to regard their beauty, to know that God is real, to cite the Bhagavad Gita for a moment, to see in the mouth of the baby the entire universe, for all of us to know that there is something immaculate in each conception, that surely God comes through all of us for our children. It's changed, I mean, from my first daughter to my second daughter to my beautiful son, just more and more inundated with the miracle of true love. I can say this because I'm away from them. When I'm with them, there are not enough locks on the door. Benny, thank you.
Thank you, man.
What an honor to meet you.
Honor to meet you as well.
We'll do more things together.
Yes, please. All right.
Senator, good luck with your conversation with this wonderful gentleman.
Thank you. Good to see you. Yes, sir.
Take care now.
This is amazing. And
Hello there.
Great job. Hate to follow that.
okay. Senator, you brought the popcorn.
I should have brought a dictionary.
I don't want to follow that. I feel like that was some philosophical stuff. I feel like I might need to do some mushrooms or something to follow that one.
Okay. First off, JD Vance.
Yeah.
Somebody who hopefully will not need your services, doctor,
right.
anytime soon.
Right.
Seems sharp as a tack.
Yeah.
Our thoughts. Also, your colleague in the Senate, Senator.
Hate to lose him.
Yes.
Because he's one of the better young ones. He came in, hit the ground running.
Yes.
You know, I came in from a football coach. He comes in from being a Marine out of high school, goes to Yale, and then becomes a United States Senator. And he spoke up from day one. I mean, right after he came in, they had the horrific train crash in his state. You remember?
Yes.
And Biden didn't show up, and so he tried to push this train bill, safety bill. It didn't go anywhere. I wasn't for it either, but it is what. Hey, he went for the jugular, and that's the reason I like him. I hate to lose him. He's a great guy. He's smart. He can communicate. He'll work well with President Trump.
Vivek Ramaswamy as a replacement. Your thoughts?
You know, I hear that. I don't know him. I've seen him on television like you and listened to him, and I think, he says the right things, but I guess the governor appoints, right? The governor appoints and have 2 years?
Right.
I think that's a great idea, honestly. I mean, first off, I love JD. You're talking to two MAGA guys here already, and JD's MAGA, so, I'm all in. And I agree with Coach exactly. He comes over to our Republican Study Committee and speaks to us. Sometimes JD does, and he's incredibly articulate. And I heard Coach telling this story a while back, but, a lot of people, they're not, I'm one of them. I think Coach has been in the same camp as well. Not about giving like all of our taxpayer dollars, to Ukraine to fund this war in Ukraine. And, I think I have good reasons to do it. And then you sit down and listen to JD. He's just unbelievably articulate the way he explains it. And after you listen to him, you're like, wow, that is the best explanation I've ever heard of that. I was struck by the same, thoughts you were when I heard it. But he's a great guy. I think he's going to be a great spokesperson for the president. And I think they share the same agenda. And I'm super excited about it.
Congressman, I have been, I guess I can't say dying to ask you this question, but I really wanted to get your take on this bullet that missed the president.
Yeah.
My opinion on this as a simple Christian is that this was a miracle in the hand of God.
Right.
Because a millimeter one direction or another, you're going straight through his skull, could have hit his neck or his chest.
Right. And it was actually a good shot. I mean, if he had not, looked up to the right to that that chart they put up that he was looking at, and I talked to him I was with him this morning. I went and saw him this morning, and he was talking. I was with him yesterday, and I flew in with him, and he's told this story over and over and over. He realizes how close he came to that, right? And he realizes that if he hadn't have started making that movement where he turned his head, pulled back a little bit, and looked up, if he hadn't have done that at the exact millisecond that he started, that bullet would have entered his head, right? And it would have hit him here. It would have hit him here. It would, but I mean, either way, he would have been dead because it's a high caliber weapon, right? And so I agree with you. I think that there was divine intervention there. I think he's already proven to the country that he's here for a purpose. He's already done a lot of great things for us, but I don't think he's done yet. I think that he's gonna step up to the plate, and he's gonna continue to finish. He's gonna finish the job he started, and we're gonna get this country back. And I tell people all the time, I know him pretty well. I've been his doctor for a long time, and he's become a really good friend as well as.
Did you do an assessment? Sorry to interrupt you, but since you've been with him for the last 48 hours, did you do any medical assessment on the president?
Well, I mean, I checked his ear out. Yeah. I went up and adjusted his ear this morning. I went up there.
Wow.
So
really?
Yeah.
Is he missing a piece of his ear?
Yeah, a little bit at the top. Yeah.
Really?
And it's highly vascular. Yeah, that's right. That's what did he tell you that whenever he first happened? He's like, that's what he told me too. Yeah.
The Netflix adaptation, right? So nothing concussive though. Nothing.
No. He was lucky. I mean, it was far enough away from his head that there was no concussive effect from the bullet, and it just took the top of his ear off, a little bit of the top of his ear off as it passed through, and it was bleeding like crazy because, the ear's pretty vascular and bleeds pretty badly. And, I bandaged it up pretty good this morning because it's not like a clean laceration like you would have with a knife or a blade. It's a bullet track going by, so it's real friable and easy to bleed again. And if you mess with it or it starts bleeding again, bleed all over it. So we've got it dressed up. He'll be okay. He's not going to need it. It's going to granulate and heal in, and he's not going to need anything to have be done with it. It's going to be fine. But yeah, he's doing well.
He's going to have a bite out of his ear for the rest of his life?
No, it's not going to be that noticeable to bleed. Once it heals in on the arch, it's going to be good. Yeah.
So, Senator, we had some interesting moments from the floor. I know that Mitch McConnell had an interesting reaction today. Now the Senate once again stands up and has a vice president. The first vice president we checked in over 100 years to have any facial hair. And you sang JD Vance's praises here. The Senate being kind of the power brokers now very much in politics. You got a couple presidents from the Senate over the last 2 decades, and looking like a Republican Senate heading into the fall, maybe by a +3 Republican Senate.
Hey, I'm tired of being in a minority.
Yeah,
I'm ready to play offense instead of defense.
They'll have a bigger majority than we have in the House.
I want to ask about like the difference, right? Because the audience is going to melt down and be like, please, we know McConnell is resigning. Like, give us a Republican Senate. Give us President Trump in the White House. What can we expect out of the Senate leading up to the election and then on January 20th?
We got a lot of work to do, but problem is right now the Democrats are in total disarray. And now that what happened this weekend, the disaster, almost a catastrophe. I don't know the direction they'll come at us now. Schumer's got 2 or 3 things that he wants to get done. He wants a lot more of these woke liberal judges he wants to get confirmed. We don't have a lot of days left until the election, but it's going to be very interesting. I tell you, President Trump called me this morning about 7 o'clock. I hadn't talked to him, and I asked him, I said, did it blow your eardrum out? He goes, huh? He said, no, it didn't. He said, I can still putt. We play golf. He said, I can still putt. Don't worry about that. But I tell you, I think we can win the Senate. And I think we can win it by several numbers where we won't have to depend on some of the rhino Republicans, to get things passed. We got to jump right in when we do. And hopefully the House comes through. We'll have reconciliation, which we can get something done at 51 votes.
Yes.
And that makes a huge difference. I hadn't been there long, but I learned very quickly they had the House, Senate, and the presidency, and they put some stuff through we never should have even thought about doing. They spent $6 trillion in my first 2 years that we should have never even thought about. But I think the American people see that. I think what happened Saturday, JD Vance is not going to help President Trump win or lose. I will tell you that. Nobody is. President Trump's going to get his votes.
Yep.
He's going to get the votes. And I think what happened Saturday, the fringe voters that were just thinking one way or another, I think they call them independents. I think they got their eyes open about what the left is all about. And folks, you saw it. Well, I've dealt with it, and I've seen the madness from the crime to the border to the $35 trillion in debt, and just continue to spend. 4 wars, we're looking down the barrel of a gun, and these people just keep right on doing crazy stuff. So,
what would be? Yeah,
I was going to say, I think you're right. They get their eyes open to what's been going on, and that's been a 3.5 year process to some extent. But the other thing that's happened recently is there are a lot of people that watch the debate, people that don't follow politics on a day-to-day basis. I mean, the numbers of viewers was huge, right? And then there were also a lot of people who saw the assassination attempt, whether they saw it live or saw the replay. And what you see when you look at those 2 things are 2 completely different pictures, right? You have an old, confused, cognitively impaired commander-in-chief who can't get through, can't even put together a single sentence, and is a completely ineffective leader on a stage like that. And then you translate that to the assassination attempt, which is a horrible, horrible thing that happened. But the one thing that came out of that is the American people got to see how President Trump reacted, and he stood up with blood all over his face, and he did a fist pump, and he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight." And that was a warrior spirit just coming to the surface instinctively, right? And people saw a leader, they saw a warrior, and you contrast that to what you saw in the debate, and I mean, that is a world of difference.
What's it like being the most right man in Washington, D.C.? Because you've been coming on our program for the better part of 2.5 years, Doctor, and saying Joe Biden is mentally incompetent.
Yeah.
He's handicapped and he shouldn't be president.
I'm on the I told you so tour right now.
And the mainstream media has been paid by their advertisers to lie for 3 years. Now they're paying the price for it.
Yes.
And it's going to pay a huge price because it's been disclosed of what they did, how they hit it. We all knew it in the Senate. They knew it in the House where President Biden's sick. And he's got problems. He's got mental problems. And he's not done anything. Spent half his time in Delaware. President Trump, he'll call me 2 or 3 in the morning. He'll go, Coach, what are you doing? I said, I'm sleeping. What are you doing? He doesn't go to bed till about 4, gets up at 7, and works 15, 18 hours a day. Joe Biden can't work 18 hours in a week.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a difference. It's a difference in a guy that's going to save our country. Our country, we have no other country to go to. He's got to save it.
Yeah.
We got no other country like ours. He got to save it.
I know we got time. We got some time here. Just really quickly, for the House and the Senate, how's it looking at? How's the outlays of the election looking? Republicans are going to hold the House.
The Republicans are going to hold the House now. I really think we are. You know, there's only about 22 seats before that were in play. So we have a 2 or 3 seat majority right now. I think 3 seat majority. So we won't have a massive majority either way, I think. But I think, you know, what happened in the debate and what's happened since then, a few seats that weren't considered to be in play are in play now. So I think we're going to not only hold the House, but we're going to grow our majority a little bit. Yeah. It's going to be good. Yeah.
Axios reports that there are Democrats laying on the ground in the DNC crying.
They're in panic.
They're in a fetal position.
They
so
are.
yeah.
It's
great
good stuff.
Keep doing that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Doctor.
it. Let's get back on when I can spend more time.
That's right. All right. Thank you.
See you.
Go take care of the president. That's right. Senator, so we are popping popcorn.
Oh, yeah.
We are popping popcorn.
No hot dogs, though, but I couldn't find one.
Come
on in.
And we have Eric Prince here as well.
How you doing?
Hey, it's great to meet you, sir. Great to meet you. For those who do not know, Eric Prince is possibly the greatest security expert in
that's a
human
no.
and certainly American history.
Just with the stiffest neck.
And went scorched earth, I think you could say, in a recent post, very lengthy post about the Secret Service and their failures with the rally.
I think it is terrible if we underestimate just how bad Saturday could have been, because it was not the Secret Service that protected the president. It was basically the president turning his head, bad marksmanship by the shooter, and probably a little bit of wind. But the fact that an assassin was able to position himself 140 yards away from a presidential rally, a known pre-published location, there's not some random stop by an ice cream store, that the guy could get in position, take a number of aim shots with a capable enough rifle that it killed the guy standing right behind the president, is absolutely unacceptable.
Can I ask a question, Benny? I've been wanting to ask this question. Somebody that would give me an answer. How in the hell did he get a long rifle in that area where I can't get a cell phone?
It was outside of their security perimeter, which is really asinine because clearly the rifle's reach could reach right across their security perimeter. 140 yards is nothing. 1,000 yards or 1,500 yards, that's more reasonable, because if a line of sight with a proper rifleman could lay down and do a headshot or even a body shot at those kind of ranges, but 140, hell, my 10-year-old kid could make that shot.
I've been at dozens of those rallies and introduced the president. And how in the world do you carry a gun into a rally like that?
He didn't carry it in a rally.
Oh, he did.
It was outside their perimeter.
Well, I know that,
but it was an industrial park.
Yeah.
And they never bothered to even secure that. There's a water tower they could have put observers, cops, counter snipers up in the top. It was a failure. Like I said in the article, it's either malice or massive incompetence. And there's really no excuse for either.
I mean, it seems like malice because there was a law enforcement official that actually engaged the shooter, according to reports. And he pointed the firearm at him and he just walked away. There are members of the audience that were filming with their phones saying, look, there's a guy army crawling across the top here with a firearm. Nobody does anything.
Dead giveaway in it.
The Secret Service snipers, and I don't know if they were Secret Service snipers. Perhaps you could elucidate that for me. But apparently those snipers had a bead on him for minutes, at least 60 seconds, according to available video.
Yes.
Didn't take the shot. Why the hell did that happen?
Because they have a don't shoot first policy. Secret Service lawyers have instructed that they can't shoot first. They can only engage once the target has been engaged. So,
Senator, that seems like you're setting a president up to get shot.
I don't want those guys walking around with me if they can't shoot first. I mean, is that right?
Yes, layers upon layers of bureaucracy, and just the incompetence of not look, anybody with any skill whatsoever. You'd hope the presidential advance for the Secret Service would have that skill to walk from this is where the president's going to be, and you look. It's so obvious where the shooter's going to be. A sniper would call that the sniper's hotel, a logical spot that a sniper is going to set up and choose to take that shot. And it was completely uncovered. The fact that you had locals standing around outside the perimeter, drinking beer, listening to the rally, and they have the ones that are calling it in. You know, there's always going to be friction between them reporting to some cops and the cops taking action. But it is. I've even heard that the SWAT team, some local SWAT team, was supposed to be covering that area, but the roof was too hot, so they went downstairs and they had a communications problem. So again, this ultimately falls on the Secret Service. Is the agent in charge, and can they direct the resources? And if they can't direct the resources, you can hire local. You can hire additional. There's plenty of talent in America that can do that job. Clearly, it was a leadership failure. And like I said in the article, we have a raft of institutions that are overfunded, unaccountable, bloated, and completely ineffective. And they've embarrassed us. Not just embarrassed us. Imagine World War I started. Why? Because the heir to the throne of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire was assassinated in a really badly botched security event.
Yes.
And it started World War I, which literally rewrote the maps of Europe and killed tens of millions of people. Imagine America today if Trump had taken a bullet to the head
we wouldn't be
on
here.
Saturday.
That's right. How many shots did the shooter get off before he was?
I believe 5.
5?
That's unforgivable.
That is.
Right. I mean, that's unforgivable.
And the question is, who's going to get fired?
Nobody.
Well, so
that's my issue.
So the head of the Secret Service goes into the House. When Republicans are in control in the Senate, you'll have the power on a number of committees to call the head of the Secret Service in and enact changes. What changes would you like to see enacted? What questions would the senator have for the head of the Secret Service?
By the time he's in charge in the Senate, there's going to be a new Secret Service director, because I presume there'll be a new Secretary of Homeland Security.
Yeah.
The only person that makes a difference in Washington, D.C., after being there 3.5 years, we bring all these people in that have broken every rule in the book, lied, done everything possible. Nobody gets fired unless the President of the United States fires them. And that's who's got to do it. And President Trump fired a bunch of people in his 4 years. Biden hadn't fired but one person. That was the one that was stealing the luggage of dresses, the guy,
and they had to lead him out in handcuffs.
Exactly.
That's the point. With this unaccountable Washington bureaucracy, unless they're let out in handcuffs, nobody gets fired. And that's why we have failure after failure after failure and setback, and we're losing credibility around the world.
Benny, I got to go. Good
Senator,
to see you.
thank you so much.
Very good to see
Senator?
you. Thank you.
You bet,
That's
sir.
great. Great.
Let him do your security.
Yeah. I'm taking my popcorn. You can't have it.
This has to change. You can't run a country like this.
No,
what
it's
an
a-
international
it's-
embarrassment.
It's embarrassing.
Would this have happened to Putin?
Hell no. No.
That guy would have been smoked the second he touched the
Or they would
rooftop.
have
Am I
been
wrong?
They would have been on the fast train to Siberia.
Yes. Yes. This wouldn't have happened to other world leaders in countries that are
Serious countries.
serious countries.
America is not a
Yes.
serious country because we lack any means for accountability anymore.
What about these photos of a woman who's supposed to cover Trump? We've done a number of interviews with former Secret Service and former military. She's supposed to cover Trump in an assassination attempt or in a live fire event, and she's 2 feet shorter than him. How does that happen?
Because again, the Democrats have prioritized diversity over merit in terms of how they hire and how they train. And that's the second half of this debacle, right? First, they allow a gunman within the perimeter, within effective firing range. It doesn't matter what the perimeter is, it's what is the range that the weapons can engage. But 2, once the shot's fired, when someone shoots at your principal, that means they've decided to kill you on that X. And the mission then is get them off the X immediately. And it took almost a minute or more for them to move Trump off the X. Now, I don't care if Trump wanted to stay there or not. That's not his decision anymore. You move the person off the X immediately. And that was, again, it was clearly they were overwhelmed. You hear the radio chatter. Where are we going? What are we doing? Where are we going? It's not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to train it so hard that it becomes autonomic. If A, then B, then B, then C. And you can train that when you stress your people hard under training, it becomes muscle memory. That's why the Navy built Top Gun, because they wanted to simulate the stress of combat in the first 10 combat missions, and they found they're much more survivable. You can do that with simunitions, with vests that you wear that give you a hell of an electric shock when you get hit, to make people appreciate cover and movement and the disciplines of close quarter combat, which clearly they haven't done.
Wow. I mean, the Secret Service and they think this is a shock to so many Americans, and it's really sad.
I feel bad
because
I feel bad for the really hard agents that are there, the good ones, to see their professional reputations shattered by a really, really bad performance on Saturday.
That's right. Would you accept the role as the head of the Secret Service?
No, but I know some far more qualified people that I would recommend.
So many people are. Your name is every 3 tweets in my social media feed.
Well, sorry for that.
Yeah, everybody's saying like, Trump, hire this guy, please, and stay alive, because politics is a matter of life and death. And
nature hates a gap.
Yeah,
hates a vacuum, and there's ways to fill. There's ways to augment Secret Service talent if they can't do it. When the U.S. first went to Iraq in 2003, there was serious talk of the state of Secret Service doing executive protection there, and they came. They looked around and they said, "Oh, hell no, we're not doing this. This is not how we can roll." And they outsourced it, and that's why Blackwater did it. And that was we did it with 100,000 missions in 2 theaters, active war zones, and no one under our care was killed or injured.
Can you reverse engineer the head? Can I call it? I mean, he was shot in the head. Is that correct? Yeah. Can I say that? Is it correct to say that?
His ear was part of his head.
So he was shot in the head, right? You can say the president was shot in the head due to the security failures. That's the most catastrophic result. I mean, President Trump dying, that's obviously the most catastrophic result, but still, your protectee was shot in the head.
Yes.
How can you possibly claim that as a victory? Can you reverse engineer this scenario so that President Trump doesn't get shot? How would Eric Prince have done it?
Well, the fact that there was multiple buildings with the dead space, right? Dead space is where your counter snipers are. They're looking out with their binoculars. Dead space is the area that they physically can't see because it's occluded by trees, buildings, some hard object. There's a lot of dead space, including the lower edge of that roof. And so the first thing in military security affairs is own the high ground, own the water tower, or put a drone up on a tether, put a drone up 1,000 feet. Now you have a God's eye view of the whole place. This is not rocket science. It doesn't take a lot of budget or really any. It was just a failure to even execute the basics. And most of a proper security prep is in the advanced work. If you do the advanced work properly, the route, the infill route, the position, your plan A and plan B exfil routes, all that is laid out and it's smooth. And you have a plan and it gets briefed and it's smooth. So that when the bad things come, but clearly their advanced work is horribly bad. Honestly, my one other experience with the Secret Service directly was in the Blackwater days. Remember the shoe thrower that threw his shoes at George Bush?
Of course.
So one of my guys was in the room when that happened because the deputy chief of mission was there. And the first shoe goes, the president ducks. My guy saw the thing go, drew his pistol, had a sight picture, saw that it was only shoes, reholstered, went forward and took the guy down still before the Secret Service moved. I think they have gotten maybe very complacent in their training, or maybe the confirmation bias of this is not happening, and they just didn't react.
Do they need to change a policy on the shoot last policy? Is that a policy that needs to be changed?
I can't imagine, because it looks like they even have cameras on their guns. So there's other people even recording what the sniper is seeing through the scope.
Yes.
To see an M4 positioned on the rooftop, pointing at your principal, it's absolutely unacceptable. And then even if you watch the video of the first shots, right, you hear the crack of the bullet and then the boom of the muzzle blast. It's very close together. It's like a bang, 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 bang. When you get to 400 or 500 yards, you get a far enough gap between those that you can start to identify distance away that the shooter is. But the fact that the sniper, the Secret Service sniper, up on that roof looking out. You see him. He actually comes off his gun.
Yes.
Because he's so shocked. That is, again, that's a fail because you should have been in the glass killing the guy who was shooting his president.
Some on social media, of course, who are not security experts, but they say this looks like retreating. They see these guys, they're almost like backing down.
It's not retreating.
I'm saying is it's a terrible look because the guys come off the glass, as you said, and come sort of down on the building. And we did see a number of Secret Service agents hiding behind the protectee. There's that famous photo of Melissa McCarthy, Secret Service agent.
It was the worst day in the world for all those people professionally.
Wow.
Some of them were up to the task.
Wow.
Some of them clearly were not. And
Wow.
so I am sorry for the ones that are prepared their entire life that did what they were supposed to do that day. And I'm sorry that their institution put people that were not qualified, not meant to be there next to them, that degraded from their readiness. And that's what's wrong. And that's what's got to be fixed.
There's been
the wheat must be separated from the chaff.
Eric, there seems like there's been a big decay in the professionalism of the Secret Service. There are bags of Coke being found all over the White House. People say there's one bag of Coke.
Benny, it's not just
that
Secret Service. It's all institutions of Washington. There's a massive decay because there's no accountability. If there's no disincentive for bad behavior, why stray from bad behavior? They get away with it.
Why?
No general's been fired for the debacles of Afghanistan.
I mean, Eric Prince is here, Don. So we're talking about security for your father, and there's no better man to talk about that with. Yes, we're talking about how to secure a space so that there's no more headshots.
I mean, I think I'd start by not leaving rooftops uncovered inside 150 yards, but what do I know?
Within handgun range.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a handgun shot for some people we know.
Yep.
Crazy times.
Don, you've had Secret Service protection for years, right?
So, well, I don't now, no, but I did when my father was sitting president, and I know their protocols, and let's just say the protocols for me were really stringent, and they're far less stringent than they would be for a former president, and even less stringent, for a presumptive nominee. And so, again, Sean Curran, the guy that was on there, the guy in the sunglasses in the picture, great patriot, badass in action. But I mean, definitely something off. I've shot with those sniper teams. Came from a competitive long range shooting background. That doesn't happen. It doesn't go when people are in the crowd saying, "Hey, there's a guy on the roof with a gun" for 5 minutes. It's like, I'm not going to be the guy to start the conspiracy theory because I don't think you need to. There's enough sort of out there that I don't want to be that guy. But as a sort of pissed off son,
rightfully pissed off son.
Yeah, it's like, that ain't right.
And I was just saying, I feel bad for the hard agents that are out there that are prepared.
And there's a lot of them. I have lifelong friends, guys that were on my detail. They're just badasses, and they're just
to be dragged
patriots.
down by people that just don't belong there. That's what's got to change.
Yeah.
Because there's the pervasive culture of incompetence and non-accountability in Washington, and that will ruin America.
So
it's
you're
well on its way to.
So you're chalking it up to incompetence, not malice. This is the question that I think is on the minds of everyone.
I don't know. I mean,
because they're not incompetent, right?
They're not. No. The teams, the individual guys. There's that doesn't mean there's not some incompetence that gets through, but they're probably not on a presidential detail. They're probably not this. That doesn't happen. I mean, I've shot some of the finest shooters I've ever shot with, and I came from a competitive long range background, as I mentioned it. The counter sniper teams. They're just great guys. There's a flaw, there's a break somewhere to allow that to happen, because that wouldn't have been able to happen to me when I had a detail, and that's a much smaller footprint than a guy like my father as a presumptive nominee.
But coming off the glass after the shooter starts shooting, that's wrong. Not having an advance and making sure that all those buildings and all that dead space is covered 140 yards away from where your event's going to be, completely unacceptable. When the shots are fired, not getting him off the X right away, standing him up. I don't care if your dad wanted to stand up, and it was great. His defiance was amazing. It was a Teddy Roosevelt moment.
Yeah, I was like, it's maybe not the best move, but that's going to make the mugshot look like a child drew it in crayon. You know what I mean? Like that picture in the grand scheme of American history is going to make the mugshot look like a child.
But I was cringing from a security perspective because it's not his call. and his details should have been moving him off there immediately, whether he wanted to or not. That's the fact. And they should have been strong enough to make him do so, because he was in grave danger. Don't know if there's a second shooter. Clearly a chaotic situation. Yes. And they didn't get it done.
I mean, this was the question that I just asked, but perhaps you can have some insights here. How is somebody who's 2 feet shorter than your father supposed to cover your father in a situation like this? It makes no sense. These are questions that are going viral, Don.
Yeah, no, listen, and it wasn't that actually. You're talking about the blonde lady. I mean, that's height, but she at least sprung into action. She was, she actually was in the game. I'm watching someone else can't quite holster their sidearm. I'm saying, like, hey man, I'm not a professional law enforcement agent, but I know that that's not how it works operationally. And you see the ducking, and so there's definitely something that needs to be done, and it's not something that can be investigated by the FBI, who's a corrupted, biased. They're going to come up with whatever they come up with. It has to be investigated. Lance Gooden put out a thing to have a congressional committee or some sort of separate oversight committee, come in and look at all of the details that allowed that to happen, because the FBI is never going to give us if you bought a Bible, you're on their watch list. But if you shoot up as a trainee, you shoot up a Catholic school or a Christian school, they probably had it coming. It's such a broken agency. I don't think, even if they came to the right answer, which I don't think they would, I don't think anyone would actually believe it, because no one actually has any faith in those institutions anymore.
I agree.
A humiliating day for the Secret Service. Guys, let's toss up this imagery just so that everybody knows what Don Jr. is talking about. Here you can see the agent. Some have nicknamed her Agent Melissa McCarthy, being incapable of holstering her firearm, which seems like a bit of a security problem in its own right.
It's sadly, all of them are in what's called condition black. They have a massive adrenaline dump. Yep. And it's massively stressing their bodies out. And because they probably haven't trained with that level of duress in firearms or tactics or hand-to-hand, it's very easy to get overwhelmed that way. And that's why proper training, you would train through that. Just like the Navy did with Top Gun, you do the same thing with the most intimate forms of combat.
To paraphrase Office Space, like, what would you say you do here? Like, isn't training and adrenaline the job of the Secret Service? I mean, wouldn't this be presumably something that your only job is this scenario?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of.
And perhaps they have changed the training standards
Well, we've seen that with everything else, right? I mean, you don't have to know how to fly a plane; you just have to check some boxes these days. There's a lot out there.
I want to pivot really quickly because I want to. I don't know how much time my producers can tell me how much time Don has here. JD Vance,
yeah,
you were so close to him.
Yeah.
You were his first endorsement.
Yep.
You were like on the spot, and this must be a magnificent day for you, Don.
I'm so excited. I think he's such a great talent, such a great American, such a incredible American dream story. It just when I watch him, honestly, number one beyond that, and besides the fact that he's friend, I watch him go into sort of hostile territory on CNN and MSNBC and just not accept their narrative and push back where, these people that usually beat the hell out of the reluctant conservatives who go on there once a year, he does it every weekend and just wins. And they're like, okay, it's pretty formidable. That's, we don't have too many talents like that. We don't have much of a bench in terms of the depth of the people that are actually in those positions. So you combine that with what I think is honestly, his sort of Rust Belt roots, coming from Appalachia, dirt poor. I mean, that's going to play pretty well in a lot of these, let's call it electoral college states that are going to, move the needle, whether it's here in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, some of these places that we're going to have to win. So I couldn't be happier. So much better than, if we would have got some sort of neocon establishment rhino. I want someone who's going to actually engage and fight. And I also like someone who's young, who can carry forward sort of the America First, that MAGA movement, and separate it from the rhino party that's desperately trying to get back. So for me, it's a great win for America, and it's a great loss to the neocon warmonger establishment that just doesn't represent the American people in any way, shape, or form. But because they have a lot of power and they control a lot of money, and they're part of that machine, I couldn't be happier.
Surely you had insight into this process, and how the decision was made? Can you tell us?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't know until sort of the last minute. I felt good, but my father plays things close to the vest, and with me, he'll make me work even harder for it. So I listen. I saw the chemistry, and he's sort of a chemistry guy that I knew. I was like, it's got to be the guy. But you have so many powerful forces in DC, and that the sort of those groups pushing to get their guy, and he's going to be good. And you have the people that sort of they give people information, but they omit the important stuff. They only sort of give you enough information to get the answer they want, not the correct answer. So, I'd get a call. What about this? I go, well, did you know this? No one told me that. I'm like, of course they're not, because everyone else is on someone's payroll. I'm the only one that doesn't get paid to do this shit. I just do it. Right. So it's a little different. So, that was I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing.
You've been on the record advocating for Tucker Carlson, for instance. Like there were clips of you that went viral. You're like, hey, Tucker'd be a great VP. There's one person you were set against, and we thank you for this, Nikki Haley.
Yeah, no, I didn't want that because that's no. Listen, I honestly with the Nikki Haley. I've been saying it for a while. I'm not going to say it today in light of the last 48 hours. But I basically said, the second his hand comes off the Bible, let's just say he'd be impeached one way, shape, or form or other. Right? It wouldn't the warmth of his hand would still be on the Bible when they started impeachment proceedings, and the swamp would supplant my father with, the person of their choosing, not the person of the people's choosing, not the person who's going to actually fight for the hardworking men and women of America, but who will do the bidding of the swamp and this. So, again, I understand that, everyone's going to try to play nice and do this, but there's people that I would not have been, and I'll be very vocal about it. And if he went that way, I just, it is what it is. That's his choice to make, but I'm glad he didn't.
Can you explain the process? Was it like The Apprentice when he selected JD Vance? That is something that we don't know.
I think it frankly was probably a lot more, a lot more lobbying, so to speak, from the outside. Yeah. All these powerful groups, and again, you got to do this because but they don't tell you they're on the person's payroll.
Yeah, right.
So you think you're getting like an objective person. Well, they maybe worked on the campaign and in the past, so I have a relationship with them and I trust them. Oh, you're getting paid? It's like, it's so bad. The swamp is so disgusting that way. So I just think it's a big loss for the swamp, which is a win for humanity.
Huge win for us.
Yeah.
You just nuked a MSNBC reporter from the floor of the convention. The convention hasn't even we've barely even gotten started.
Yeah, no,
you're already. I
walked onto the floor.
20 million views on get out of here.
Well, it was worse than that. They only played the 20-second clip of sort of the end of it, but I go out there. My brother and I, we're Tiffany. We're there. We're going to sort of throw my father over the delegate count in Florida. Right?
Yes.
We're throwing him over. Florida's going to do it with the 125 delegates, whatever it is. And we're doing. And this guy. So does this mean all the hate from Trump is coming back to Washington? I go, was it hate from Trump or was it hate from you guys? Because you guys were the guys lying about Russia. You're the one that called half the country Nazis. You're the ones so maybe we responded, but you guys created that chaos. You guys were the ones sowing that discord. You've been proven wrong on all of these things. And you don't want any ownership of it. So the guy goes, I'm just trying to throw us over the delegate count. It has nothing to. And he goes, well, what about the 5,000 kids in cages? I go, you mean the Obama cages? And this guy lost his mind because he's a propagandist. He's a regime propagandist from MSDNC. And so I said that. I go, it was Obama cages. And he goes, no, it was. I go, you couldn't even wait 48 hours. My father was shot. Again, in a different time, in a different place. It's not a time a guy like me stays calm.
Yes.
And yet, you have to right now because we are in a different place in this country. And I'm looking at this clown. I'm like, you couldn't hold off for 48 hours before you start your lies, your propaganda, your narrative peddling. Of course it was Obama. We can check that in real time. Jay Johnson talked about it. Obama's own guy. Joe Biden's situation is 100 times worse on the migrant crisis at the border with children, with human trafficking, with fentanyl. But he wants to talk about that while negating the origins of all of it, Obama, because they can't help themselves. They can't do anything else. So, I'd like to. I think I'd put him in his place. It seems like even the lefties that have been posting be like, okay, I got to give Don the win on this one. I hate that bastard John Jr., but I got to give him the win on this one.
I hate to get extremely personal on this because I know this must be an excruciatingly exhausting roller coaster over the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
But I want to get your reaction to watching. I don't believe you were at the rally.
No,
I know we
wasn't.
talked about some of the security
Yeah.
logistics with Eric Prince,
Yeah.
but I want to get your personal reaction. I know obviously how beloved you are by your father and how close you are with your father and how much you've given to this movement. And to see that happen, how did that progress for you emotionally? What was your initial reaction?
Well,
what happened next for you?
Yeah, so I mean, I got a phone call from Kim, and she was like, "Your father was shot," and I'm like, we don't know anything else. I'm like, really? You couldn't say get home? It's important. So I didn't know anything for 90 minutes. So I knew my father was shot. I was out with my daughter, and some of her friends. So just like get all the kids, get them all home, secure it all, And so that first 90 minutes, it was just actually just trying to getting everything organized, and back in. And I'm just waiting for news. It was really once you actually found out, that's when sort of the adrenaline dump happens and sort of gets you. I was fine in the moment, actually, strangely enough. I was able to get all the kids together. I was actually out of my boat. Like I was like, we're going in fast. And, Saturday, late afternoon and when it all happened, I was just, being a dad in the summer. Then I got the call and I spoke to him and, he was actually, honestly, I just said, he was happy enough. And I was just like, dude, you're the biggest badass I've ever seen in my life. Like, so we're laughing about that. And like, sort of went from there. I'm like, so can I call you Evander Holyfield now with the ear? And like, so
the Netflix adaptation.
Yeah, exactly. It quickly regressed into sort of Trump family ball breaking, which was good. Cause I think we all probably needed that after, and I'm sure he did too. Right. It was like me and Kim was there. My ex-wife Vanessa was there. My daughter Kai was there. And we're just all on speakerphone and Eric and Laura were on the other end. And then my dad.
He's sitting there on the phone with a bloody ear in the hospital.
Yeah, I asked, how's the hair? He goes, the hair's a little bloody. The hair's a little bloody, but the hair is solid. So it's going to be fine for convention. Listen, he's built different.
It's incredible.
But no, it was that moment though. Hey, we're used to it, and we do plenty of it, right? Everyone, we talk a lot of shit online, and everyone's a badass on the internet, right? Everyone's a badass behind a keyboard.
Yes.
But when he stood up seconds after getting literally shot and just fight, don't ever stop. I mean, I was like, I meant it. Like that was the moment when you're actually tested. Everyone thinks they're going to do that. Most of them fold, most of them this. And that's the kind of resolve. That's the kind of leadership our country needs to get us out of these messes. That's the kind of thing that can take on the swamp or a Putin or a Xi or the other sociopaths around the world.
Yes.
That's exactly what we need. And, if I ever had any doubts, and I haven't, it should put them aside for literally everyone else in America, because I think that's exactly what we need in these perilous times.
You are very much a shit poster. You do post a lot of memes. Arguably the best Trump at posting memes.
Yeah,
and one of the memes that is the most popular of your father is "There after you, I'm just standing in the way," or there's a classic from 2016. And now that's been proven. Yeah, your dad would take a bullet for this country. Yep. Your dad would take a bullet. Would and will. And
it's not even conceptual anymore. Now it's actually real.
Exactly right. For the country. And that is changing the minds of so many people. My entire social media feed is choked with people who were on the fence or people who weren't going to vote, saying nothing can stop me from voting for Donald Trump now after seeing him literally take a bullet for what he believes in, but also for this nation.
Well, you've seen the narrative, you've seen the buildup of that. They vilified you and me, and we're the devil, or we're Nazis, or we're this, and half the country is those things. And if you don't believe a 3-year-old should mutilate their genitals to conform to their rainbow-haired teacher's wishes against the parents' wishes, you're the worst human being in the world. I mean, they've created that environment, and well, he didn't give in to that, so they tried to bankrupt him. They tried to sue him into oblivion. They tried to take away his businesses. They tried to put me in jail. Then when that didn't work, they tried putting him in jail, and they're continuing to try to do that. And when that didn't work, well, it was sort of, the natural progression of what was going on. I hate to say that. It's, I got all sorts of crap a couple of months ago. Tucker said, well, of course they're going to try to do something. I was like, are you even surprised? I see, not just the vitriol, prior to 6/11 or 6/13, whatever the time was, on Saturday night, but I've seen it since then. Celebrities in Hollywood, you couldn't have shot better. You couldn't have been a couple inches over it. It was almost the best day of my life. These are sick people. These are sick people, but they've been able to amass an undue amount of power while failing the American people miserably, while failing the world. We're in nonstop wars and chaos now. Our economy's crapper. Hardworking Americans are being left by the wayside. And rather than actually try to do something about that, the Democrats say, you know what, we don't have to worry about the reliable voting blocks. We'll just bring in 20 more million people and we'll give them Social Security cards and we'll pass laws that say it's not really illegal to vote illegally if you didn't think you were breaking the law. And these are the people that preach a lot about democracy. They've called us fascists. They preach about democracy, and yet it feels like there's a lot of role reversal where they've been functioning as the fascists, trying to lock up their political opposition, censoring guys like you and me for as long as we've known each other, which is a long time now, censoring anyone else that may take a conservative, viewpoint, artificially boosting the other side. I mean, we're in a tough battle. When you look at the mainstream media, even today, that experience I went through on the floor, I go, in 48 hours, I'm like, this isn't like he sent out a mean tweet. Like, he was shot. You still can't help yourself. Trump derangement syndrome is real, and it has warped their minds to a point. I'm not sure some of them can ever come back, actually.
You dropped an MFer on the floor. It was pretty great. We played the clip. You went on a terror.
I wasn't happy.
Braveheart level terror.
I was a little bit louder about the clown, but I was like, motherfucker. I was like, that was not. Yeah, like I said.
First time I've heard that on Fox.
Yeah, that's, I'd say, some of the most constraint I've ever showed in my life.
Really quickly, all of the corporate media's takeaway so far, and we've been following a number of key reporters, has been saying this is the feeling at this RNC is different.
Yeah.
One reporter for the AP saying, this is my 10th RNC, and I've never seen such unity in the party, and I've never seen such a joyful esprit de corps.
Yeah.
That there's this feeling of inevitability is what this reporter for the AP is saying.
Yeah.
Can you just speak as a final question to the feeling of the convention this year? How is it different?
Listen, I think it feels great, but make no mistake, nothing is inevitable.
Yes.
Nothing, like, foot on the gas all the way through November 5th, maybe November 9th, 12th, 15th, whatever it is the Democrats try. There is literally nothing that they won't try to do to maintain and hold power. I truly believe that. We've watched it. We've speculated about it. You've seen the commentary of nothing. Like, there was a time I would have said, the Democrat, they can only wheel Joe Biden over this finish line with so much nonsense. They could show up with 4 billion ballots and be like, this is the freest and fairest election in the history ever in a country of 330 million people, right? They would do that at this point. So there's no sense of inevitability to me. I get that people get it because it should be. It should be over. And not just based on this weekend. It should be over based on the failures of Democrat Party policies, on the disasters going on around the world, the never-ending wars, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't stop. This weekend should have strengthened that resolve further, and I think it has for a lot of regular people. But big tech, mainstream media, they're going to go into overdrive being the regime propagandists that they've been. So we can't stop. We can't take anything for granted. We just got to go full bore until November 5th.
I can't help myself really quickly. The new chief of staff, Hunter Biden, your advice to him.
Listen, I don't know. In my next life,
from president's son to president's son.
Yeah, in my next life, I want to come back as a Democrat because even a crackhead can be the chief of staff. It's, that is the American dream, Benny. That is the American dream. And but the fact that it's reported by Axios and people are actually talking about it like it's real. It's like, I know they got to get the last of the Biden grift in, but it's still not a problem. It's still not anything they're talking about. And I understand that I'm, according to them, not the upstanding citizen that Hunter Biden is, but I have a feeling I'd have been treated differently.
Oh, yeah?
Just a little bit.
When you left little baggies of Coke all over.
Just a little bit, yeah. Well, that happened. I was out of the White House for 3 years, and they were like, it was Don Jr. I'm like,
would they blame you for the
okay? They said the leftist Twitter was saying it was me. I'm like, that's... that's a fact. I am a hyper and impassioned individual, but I ain't a crackhead. That's for sure.
Well, apparently they have DNA.
Yeah.
We'll find out someday.
No, we won't.
Yeah, okay.
because we know exactly who it is, and we know what's happened. So, thank you, Benny.
Godspeed, John. Thank you. Godspeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, standing up here for the chairman, Chairman Whatley.
Good to see you, man.
Fantastic.
That's a tough act to follow.
Whoa. I didn't know they blamed him for the crack bag.
I didn't see that.
Okay. All right, Chairman. Congratulations. What a success.
This is awesome. This is absolutely
amazing.
Fantastic. What a great opportunity for America.
I have to begin with one of my final questions for Don, which is every corporate media report, our jaws are regularly not on the floor, but everyone is saying this RNC convention is so unifying, so uplifting, such a positive esprit de corps for the people, such high energy. And for the hundreds of thousands of people watching online who can't be here in person, can you please talk about that? Like, that obviously is something that you've been planning.
We have, and we're excited about it. Look, and if you really want to understand why the entire Republican universe is united and focused here, I've got 3 words for you. Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump is unifying the entire Republican Party, and coming out of this convention, we're going to unify the entire American people. But it is absolutely fantastic that we have people from Washington to Florida, from Maine to California that are here, that are excited, that we've got grassroots, we've got patriots, we've got everybody here understands the gravity of this election cycle.
Yes.
You think about where we are right now. You know, we've got inflation absolutely through the roof. Why? Because Joe Biden unleashed inflation. We have 10 million illegal immigrants that have come across this border. Why? Because Joe Biden unleashed an immigration crisis. We've got a weaker standing in the world that we can't stand. The rest of the world can't stand. Why? Because Joe Biden is weak. So when we think about how are we going to get out of this morass, how are we going to fix America, Donald J. Trump, he is going to restore our southern border. He's going to restore our economy, and he's going to restore our standing in the world.
Hours ago, the president was shot in the head. Hours ago, you watched that happen. I don't think you were there. You were here, right?
I was here.
What was your initial take?
Thank God he is okay.
Yes.
Thank God we are holding this convention right now with him as our nominee.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
There is absolutely no word other than miracle to describe the fact that he is okay. And look, we are heartbroken over the fact that 3 other people were shot. One of them lost their lives. Why? Because they went to a Trump rally. Because they were exercising their rights as American citizens to say that they supported a Republican candidate for president, and they were shot. And to see the response on Twitter where people are attacking them, mocking them, they're attacking the president is absolutely disgusting. And I mean, I pray. I am a man of faith, right? And Donald Trump is here for a reason. And I can't begin to tell you how much it means to me that his message to us regarding this convention was go. Yeah. We are not stopping. We are not delaying. We are not changing a thing. I will be there tomorrow. Go.
Is that what he said to you? So that you must have been one of his calls.
Well, look, I mean, you know, and I know he talked and reached out to a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, but it is amazing that this man was on a plane to Bedminster that night and then on a plane to Milwaukee the next day. And you know why? Because he loves America. Because he is fighting for America. You know, we just heard Don Jr. talk about what this means for his family, and it is staggering, all of the attacks, now physical, that this man has had to withstand because he wants to help America, because he wants to make America great again.
You were just on stage, the announcement of JD Vance.
Yeah.
I mean,
pretty cool. I got to be honest.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
And the entrance and the photos are incredible coming out of the tunnel there. It was electrifying. Did you know about that pick?
I did not.
In advance?
I did not. And I got to tell you, I think it's really cool that I did not.
That's right.
You know, we came into today knowing it was going to be today.
Yeah.
Knowing that there were a number of different people under consideration and wondering who's it going to be. You know how I found out? I checked my truth every 30 seconds for about 5 hours straight, and we saw the truth.
What is your reaction? It seems resoundingly
what a
positive.
Great pick.
Yes.
What a great pick. You know, and when you think about why is Donald Trump ahead in all the polls? Why is he leading in state polls, in battleground polls, and leading in the national polls? Because of America First agenda, right? You know, the Democrats, they've got a horrible messenger, no question, but they have a horrible message.
Yes.
You could take any other Democrat and you could put them in that box, and it's not going to matter because they all double down on Joe Biden's failed policies because they are absolutely more focused on turning America into a social experiment than helping American families.
Yes.
You know what? Donald Trump is fighting for American families. It's the America First agenda, and nobody embodies that more than JD Vance. I mean, talk about a guy that came from his background, the way that he was raised, where he was raised, and joined the Army, went to school, graduated, magna cum laude in 2 years, went to law school the way that he did, and has made himself the embodiment of the American dream. But he's never forgot where he came from, and he's never forgot the American people, and he fights for them every day as well.
He will be speaking on Wednesday. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the vice president will speak on Wednesday. Donald Trump will speak on Thursday. What speaking slot will 50 Cent have?
I got to say, I'm so excited that he's coming here to this convention.
Is he? Is that officially announced?
Well, no, I'm not announcing anything, but I think
that just officially announced here, ladies and
in
gentlemen?
Milwaukee.
You just heard it.
There's a lot.
So he's in Milwaukee.
He's going to be.
He's coming to the convention. Is he going to do a show?
I don't know.
Is he going to do Many Men for Donald Trump as he comes on stage?
Stay tuned.
Were these the surprises that Donald Trump?
There are plenty of surprises.
Okay,
there are plenty of surprises. But the thing that's
what
so
else
cool,
should we pay attention to?
What you need to pay attention, and this is actually really important,
please.
Is this convention is about everyday Americans. Normally we have 60, some odd speakers that will speak at this convention. We have over 100 at this one because we have people from all walks of life, from all across this country who you have never heard of before, who I'd never heard of before. These are people from every walk of life who are here to talk about the American dream and what it means to have President Trump and his policies versus Joe Biden and what he's done to America. And I think that's awesome. I think we really need to spend a lot of time focusing on the fact that these are real Americans who are here to tell their story.
Yes. You're on fire. The president introduced you as somebody who secured the election in North Carolina and really has election security on your heart and on your focus. Can you talk us through November and what the RNC is doing?
It's our number one priority. When you think about it, we have two critical core functions at the RNC now, right? We have always been about get out the vote. Get out the vote has always been the number one thing that the RNC does, and we do it really well. When you talk about in a battleground state like North Carolina, 10, 15 years ago, 50% Republican turnout was great. Now we're at 70%, 75% because we're really good at it, right? But we've never had a national election integrity program before now. Wow. And we are building out that program because what happened in 2020 cannot happen again. There's really two components that matter. Number one, you got to have the rules of the road set. You got to have all the laws, the rules, the regulations in place before voting starts. It is illegal in every state for an illegal immigrant to vote, for a non-citizen to vote. Mm-hmm. We need the states to enforce that. Yes. We need voter ID. We need the states to clean up their voter rolls. And in a state where you can vote by mail, you got to have basic protections in place. Things like, a signature requirement, a witness requirement. Get the ballot in the mailbox, not in a drop box. Get that ballot in by election day so we can actually count it. These are things that 70, 80% of all Americans, Republican, Democrat, Independent, all support these kinds of protections. It's not election conspiracy. These are basic protections we need in place. So we're going to work with the states. We're going to work with the governors. We're going to work with attorneys general. We're going to try and get that done. And if they won't, then we're going to sue them. I've already filed 95 lawsuits in 26 states, both as the general counsel and now as the chair. We just filed the Biden administration today saying that they are trying to get illegal immigrants registered all across the country. And we think that's ridiculous. And we've told them that they need to stop. So we're gonna fight very hard to get the rules of the road in place. The second thing, equally as important, you got to be in a room. You have got to be in a room with lawyers and volunteers anytime a vote is being cast, anytime a vote is being counted. That's why we've set up our campaign, the Trump campaign and the RNC, protectthevote.com. We are recruiting 100,000 volunteers all across the country, 5,000 in every battleground state. We're going to recruit them, we're going to train them, and we're going to deploy them to be in the room when the votes are being cast and the votes are being counted.
Incredible. We're going to cut to the actual programming in just a moment. The Teamsters, the head of the Teamsters speaks tonight. Can you sort of give, as a closing question, can you sort of give an intro into what our audience is going to see tonight on stage at the RNC?
Look, what they're going to see is everyday Americans, and nobody embodies that better than the Teamsters. These are workers, right? And we have seen over the course of the years, really not since Ronald Reagan, have the Teamsters come around, have a lot of unions come around to support a Republican candidate. But you know what? This is about jobs. When you think about in this election cycle, right? It is strength versus weakness. We all get that, right? It's success versus failure. We know that. But what matters to every American family? Jobs and economy, security, safety. Those are the things that we're going to be focused on. And so, yeah, you're going to hear a lot of conversations about all of these. And obviously, tonight's focus is to make America wealthy again. But over the course of the week, we're going to have 4 different nights with 4 different themes that are going to talk about how we're going to make America great again. And we're going to do it by restoring our southern border, restoring our economy, and restoring our place in the world.
Incredible. We're so excited for it. We're so excited for it. We even got Trump sneakers here in the audience watching. It's amazing. God bless you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Such
Absolutely.
great energy. It is such great energy.
It really is.
I never thought I'd say that about a Republican convention. I've been to 4 of them, but this is like, it's really is energizing.
This is pretty cool.
What an accomplishment. Godspeed, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, man. Take care.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what a ride. What a ride. Holy guacamole. Okay. We have some of our favorite speakers lined up tonight to speak on the stage of the Republican convention. Going to go ahead and do a check with my team, make sure that we're ready to go to the convention. We're speaking right now, Wesley Hunt, somebody who's, if you're familiar with our show, you know him well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching tonight. We are going to let the convention now speak for itself. Byron Donald's up soon too. Man, it's going to be awesome. God bless you. We'll be back tomorrow with Vivek, Eric Trump, and a ton of other awesome guests. Okay, let's go. Here's the RNC convention.
Please welcome U.S. Army veteran, Representative John James from Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
Good evening, Wisconsin. Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in seriousness, didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job. Our vice presidential nominee, JD Vance. Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are 2 great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family, but I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with 1 truck, 1 trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never. Even though we have marked blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars. They want to take your voice. They want to take control and give it back to D.C. bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people are sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. The kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological male. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. Democrats are trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America is the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart, America is the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
To show families just how much more they're spending on gas under
I
Biden.
love my president, but I am not putting Trump on my thigh. I'll put a chicken leg on my thigh. I love fried chicken. I'm gonna put a bucket of fried chicken on my thigh.
On August 24th, 2023, Donald Trump got this mugshot taken. The result was the biggest backfire in American political history. This mugshot did not ruin Donald Trump, it made him a gangsta. The Trump mugshot is everywhere. In South Carolina, Trump told the Black Conservative Federation that the mugshot made him popular with the black community.
We've all seen the mugshot, and you know who embraced it more than anybody else? The black population. It's incredible. You see black people walking around with my mugshot.
This led to the predictable, salty, screeching, unhinged meltdown by the libs.
The idea that black voters will switch to Trump because of his arrest and mugshot is so amazingly racist, I don't even know where to begin.
These comparisons are sick and grotesque.
The African-American community in America is going to remember that Donald Trump is an existential threat, and they are going to come home to us. We have a lot of work to do, but they're going to come home.
Okay, so that's what rich libs think, but what do black people think about the mugshot? We were in the room when Trump said this comment, so we asked. The media will never show you
this.
Why is there like such a culture around that mugshot within the black community?
I think it resonates with us because a lot of us go through the same stuff that he's going through.
I think the mugshot just adds more fun to it.
I think it's a statement saying that I'm willing to do whatever I have to do for the American people. I'm going to stand firm in my unwavering belief that I can save America. That's what I see when I see the picture of Donald Trump's mugshot.
I love this guy right here. Let me give this guy a hug right here. I love this guy right here. Yeah, come here. Yeah.
It just made it seem like if they can do that to him, we know what's happening in the black community. We know what's happening in the minority community, but it's happening to him. Oh boy, that just opened up the door to say, look, he's one of us now.
The black people are so much on my side now because they see what's happening to me happens to them.
For decades, they've been putting black men in prison for no reason at all. So same thing they're doing to Trump now.
I think the photo's iconic. I mean, you just look at it. It just looks great.
Every time he's gotten attacked, what is happening? His polls have gone up. His popularity has gone up. He is the populist candidate. And I think it's kind of neat.
He's basically saying in his facial, he's giving you the middle finger on that. I mean, he's just saying, look, I'm going to still be here. I'm a fighter. I'm a scrapper. You can't, you got to do more than try to, just take me out of the game. I'm in this for real.
Donald Trump is the first president to do the most for black people than any other president in American history. So you might as well call him the first black president because he's done way more for black people than Barack Obama. And then how in the hell is it that we had a black president? We had a first black president, and he didn't do a damn thing for the black community. Then here you have President Trump. He comes along and do way more for black people than any president, than any Democrat.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest?
There's a lot of rappers right now who are endorsing Trump. You got Snoop Dogg, you've got 50 Cent, you got Meek Mill, you've got people getting thigh tats with his mugshot. Why are they doing that?
You know why? Because that's not new. And also, quite frankly,
good evening. I'm Sarah Workman from the great state of Arizona. I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination in our schools, violence in our cities, and unjust rulings in our courts. All of it is eroding one of America's greatest strengths, our optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity politics, we are here tonight because we believe that America is always, should be, one nation under God. In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family. With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart, and now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope. Yeah. That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House. If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more. I find peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome United States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Katie Britt. We are all here tonight for one reason. We need to change the direction of our nation. And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now our lives are that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden-Harris, prices are high and expectations, well, they're low. Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing. To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an administration that has brought us to such lows. The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around. His weakness is costing us our opportunity, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline, just like the man in the Oval Office. And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right. You didn't need to go into debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure borders, safe streets, strong families and communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bill. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes. Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future. Because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee. Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor Black kids trapped in failing schools, thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a Black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Show me where to look, tell me where we're at. We're at. On the ground, fly me in the sky. Show me where to look, tell me where we're at. We're at. Yeah. Never let you shut down. Love is in the water, love is in the air. Show me where to look, tell me where to love be. Teach me how to speak, teach me how to share. Teach me where to go, tell me where to love be. Give me a sign, show me where to look, tell me where to will. Cloud, fly me in the sky. Show me where to look, tell me where to will. Will I find? Listen.
This is the man responsible for your family's home economy. He can't even walk up steps or put on his own coat. Biden's incompetence is financially crushing Americans. One of Biden's first...
All right, so we are going to be flying back to Florida after this rally with Donald Trump on Air Force Trump One.
Yeah,
Trump Force
I hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, I think it's time for the comeback.
For this video, we traveled to Dayton, Ohio for a MAGA rally. Have you ever been to a MAGA rally? Man, we encourage you to check them out. The MAGA rally is quintessentially Donald Trump. They are iconic. Millions of Americans have packed stadiums from coast to coast to listen to Donald Trump give a speech, but it's less of a political event and more of like a WWE sporting event. People are there, they are dancing, they're happy. It's like a rock concert. People are vibing, they got their American flags on, they got their patriotic swag, and they even have food trucks at this event. This event took place on the airstrip of the Dayton, Ohio airfield. Dayton, Ohio has a proud history of flight, and the people there were excited to see two things. One, Donald Trump's brand new plane and Donald Trump's speech, and two, your boy Benny. We were so thrilled to be able to meet and greet lots of people who follow along on social media, and we were just as excited as everyone in the audience to watch Donald Trump roll up in that beautiful new plane. Here we go, baby. The MAGA rally is getting started.
Gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, I think it's time for the comeback.
We just listened to Donald Trump talk for 2 hours nearly in Dayton, Ohio. Epic event, and he was rocking and rolling. Now, we thought...
Yes, Joe must go. Good evening. I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor. The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask him to be with their families. We thank him for this moment of unity. And we thank him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together, and we asked God for guidance and wisdom. And we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America. And we're proving it in Virginia, too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue. Slashing red tape, declaring loudly that, yes, parents matter. And creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member, and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
Buenas noches, familia. Good evening, family. Wow. Gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you. Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values that include an unwavering faith in God, and an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. Welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open-door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad, and we have enough bad, we need some good, we need goodness, was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's déjà vu, although even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, I'm sorry. The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy. Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them. Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country. He loves us, and he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom. And not the quicksand of government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible, he will make America
dreams and turned our world upside down. Yeah, there was Frankie Lyman, Bobby Fuller, Mitchell Fowler. They were rocking Jackie Wilson, Shingle Eyes, Young Rascal. They were rocking Spotlight on Martha Reeves. Let's don't forget James Brown, rocking in the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
Good evening. You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota. Hi. Woo. Listen, I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota. Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business. We didn't mandate anything. We never ordered a single business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy. And in South Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges have gone down, our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope. We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again. And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator JD Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors. at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in the city.
I have no problem with Trump, for real.
Have you colored your hair the same color as Donald Trump's hair?
That's a crazy question.
And that's okay if you go to the same barber. That's fine. You can admit that. Joe Biden's administration, like 1 to 10, how do you think it's gone?
It's honestly a ticking time bomb to me.
You think he's like a little up there?
A little up there, down there, around the way, different dimension, different world. I don't know. He's a unique figure.
How old are you, honey? You're 11 years old. Talk to me before we leave, okay?
Kamala Harris, she's vice president of the United States. What's your favorite accomplishment?
Her doing a good job.
What does that mean?
I don't know, because I don't know who she is.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. We're in downtown Tampa, Florida today, speaking with members of the oldest black fraternity in America, Kappa Alpha Psi. This is also the largest black fraternity in America. They are loud. They are proud. You would assume these fine gentlemen would...
Bartles Jr., business manager of Steamfitters Local 638.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Wollman ice rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor, he wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone. Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida.
Good evening, Milwaukee. You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard, and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice, and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. you will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome business leader and host of the All In podcast, David Sachs.
Good evening, America. Good evening, America. I'm David Sachs, a legal immigrant who worked hard to achieve the American dream. Thank you. Now I'm concerned those same opportunities won't be there for future generations. As I look out at this convention, I see a party that is strong and unified behind President Donald J. Trump and his pick for Vice President, Senator JD Vance. And what about the Democrats? They're in disarray after shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness to serve. We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure, both at home and abroad. In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use. Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed millions of illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire. First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then, he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion. Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its 3rd year, with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted. Every day, there are new calls for escalation, and the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards Gaza has been so incoherent that the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on is the chant, F Joe Biden. Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart rather than sleepy and senile. or in her case, clueless and embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman. A president who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace. A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations. We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff. We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire. My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome women's advocate Vanessa Fora.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America. My name is Vanessa Fora. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old. Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuits of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen. I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God. Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics' unemployment reached record lows, and our income reached a record high. to my fellow Hispanic Americans, and to all Americans. If you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden-Harris regime. That vision is, you'll own nothing and be happy. The Democrats say, instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400 square foot studio apartment. Instead of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app. Their vision is this: limit your dreams, give up, aim lower, be content with less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020, 47%. Home ownership is now out of reach unless you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The basic things our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die, childless. Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright, one your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years. To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America. We are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters. And all of us together, working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the RNC Committee on the Platform, United States Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Good evening, and what a great evening it is. I am Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. And yes, last week I did have the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee. We produced a different kind of platform, one that is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America. People like Brad Bordeaux, a small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals. By the end of the Obama-Biden administration, high taxes, massive government spending, and over-regulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts, Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a 4-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%. The day Joe and Kamala walked into office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know, And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's the left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts, they couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hard-working Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump. Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a black female owner of Great Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next President of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
Hello, RNC. Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States? Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works. Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you everybody for being here tonight. Tonight we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in this United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there wasn't
and
any when
gentlemen,
President Trump was
please
president.
welcome the next
And he's gonna be
president of the
president again
United
to fix
States,
every problem.
Donald J. Trump.
We are here tonight with one purpose, and that is to elect Donald J. Trump as the next president of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage.
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
Good evening, I'm Mark Laws and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician, but I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepaw, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage, I still got to pay the government to rent my house. and if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly, I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great. I've wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I settle for a cake and ice cream. Prices keep going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now. We need to know and share the 20 promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore, because we're not living in the same country that we grew up in. Cutesy time is over. We need to, all of us, put our shoulder to the wheel and push along and get Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Bidenomics doesn't just
What's your
have
message
senior...
to Donald Trump?
Thank you for being here.
Why do you like Donald Trump?
Because
he makes America great. Free Donald, man.
Yeah, free Trump.
Hey, man, I love you. Make America great again. Hey, he big time gangster, man. You know what it is, man. Yeah. That's Donald right there. Vote for the Trump, man. F Biden. They scared of the Donald, man. Joe Biden don't want no smoke, man. They ain't stepping for Donald like that. They ain't riding for Donald like that, man. We riding, man.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest?
You ain't black. On August 24th, 2023, Donald Trump received this mugshot from Fulton County. This event created the largest political backlash the world has ever seen. This mugshot did not ruin Donald Trump. It made him an icon, a legend, a gangster.
Boy, this big gangster, can't lie to you. Look at him. He hot, straight thugged out, man.
Any moments.
Clear, he will always protect seniors' Social Security and Medicare and oppose any cuts in their benefits. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome Benjamin Joseph.
Hello, Michigan. Hello, my fellow patriots. I am the owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump boom, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room, can relate. With the financial strain caused by the Biden-Harris economy, many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects. To keep work coming in, I've had to lower my margins, and I mean lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our families just have enough to live on. But we can't build up any savings, and we can't move forward. As parents, we want to provide for our children. But more and more parents like myself have to look their little girl or their little boy in the eye when they're asked for something and say, "We can't afford it." Those 4 words are heartbreaking. We didn't have to say those words under Donald Trump when he was president. That's because Donald Trump is a businessman, not a crooked career politician. President Trump understands what business owners need to succeed because he is a business owner himself and has succeeded. He knew we could create millions of great jobs if given the chance, and we did. The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me and enabled us to expand our businesses. We need him back in the White House. As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion. He has inspired so many of us, even in this room, to step up and get involved in the fight to save America. With his leadership and our help, we will make America affordable again, wealthy again, and great again. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless and continue to protect President Trump and his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Amber Rose from South Philadelphia.
Hello, my name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician and I don't want to be, but I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the President and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control, and you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome Latino American Linda Fornos.
Years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do. In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden economy is driving prices through the roof. Rent, gas, groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to save for their future while barely managing their basic needs. I'm living that same struggle every day. Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs, and the other holds down 2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our open borders are making this problem worse. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling. The fact is that illegal immigration hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math? Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies. He, she, they, them. I have expected my son to come home with a diploma in advanced they-them theory. Life was completely different under President Trump. We prosper. To my beloved Latino community, it's time to wake up and smell the cafecito. In 2020, I made a mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room. In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
Please welcome the President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Sean O'Brien.
Greetings, delegates and guests. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up? First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight. I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct if the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like JD Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor-trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor James Remke.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed. You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it. Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace.
For a benediction, please welcome from California National Committee woman Harmeet Dillon.
Thank you, everyone. These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. I come from a family of Sikh immigrants. I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer before any new endeavor, giving thanks to God and asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all. To show respect, we cover our heads when we pray. तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे, तुमरी कृपा में सुख कनेरे। कोई न जाने तुम्हारा अंत, ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत। सगल समगरी तुमरे सूतर धारी, तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी। तुमरी गत मित तुम ही जानी, नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी। Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane Sarbatta Pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
Senator Vance, congratulations. President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.